gonna go off screen for a while.
Okay.
Are you reading John Clifford?
I'm reading from here. Oh, you read from here yesterday. Oh, people are putting a lot of thought in their sharing.
Yeah,
I'm here to chill out.
Your beautiful bag.
Yeah, same sir. You wearing socks too? Oh yeah. Oh my god, you can censor. Censor everybody's feet.
Oh, don't worry. I will help you cover with my feet. I mean, with my foot. What is this? Alpha male? No.
Yeah, I need to think.
Alright, everyone ready?
How long do we have?
How long do you want?
No, until we start.
You can start in a minute.
Okay. Oh, Iman. Your drink.
I have like another cup here.
Oh, let me.
Yeah, you can put that at the side. Yeah.
Why you so special, ah?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, you're so loved, man.
Who's down? Me. Because I have two cups
She's not
of electrolytes.
Oh.
The other one is over there.
Damn special.
Struggling to finish it.
I need to sit up straight.
Alright. Are we okay to start in 10 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So same thing, when I give you thumbs up, you just start speaking, okay? Alright, coming to your camera now.
Good morning. This is day 6 of our Singapore Hunger Strike for Gaza. Thank you for joining us. 9 of us have been on strike for more than 39 hours. We have made a commitment to be on a hunger strike for 48 continuous hours to protest the genocide in Gaza and Singapore's complicity in it. We will end our hunger strike at 7 p.m. today on camera with dates and juice. We make the following demands on the state of Singapore. Number 1, stop funding genocide. We demand the end of all military, economic, and academic ties with Israel and institutions funding and supplying genocide, starting with an immediate arms embargo and economic sanctions. Number 2, stand on the right side of history. We demand political and diplomatic consequences for genocidal entities, including isolation of Israel on the global stage. Specifically, we call for Singapore to join regional and global efforts to break the siege and abide by international law. Number 3, stop the persecution of pro-Palestine solidarity. We demand the state represent the people in Singapore and lift restrictions on civil liberties and expression. We further demand ending ties with Israeli spyware and surveillance technology, which is used to police our own communities. Now we will take some time to reflect on how we feel at this point and what we're planning to do today as we observe the hunger strike. For today, I think I'm feeling quite weak and I have low energy. I think we're all experiencing that. Yesterday, me and like everyone, we had like this very bad headache, and we still tried to reflect on everything that we're doing this for while feeling that way. And I think what's most important is that I have a very strong community here to rely on, and that just shows how privileged we are, even as we starve ourselves of nutrition. We have friends here who give us electrolytes every 2 hours. We have people giving us like space to rest. We are sitting in an air-conditioned room, and yet we still feel like this very painful discomfort. And I cannot imagine how it feels to go through a famine and lose your loved ones, lose your home, lose everything that is material and immaterial. And I think that this just shows that famine becomes almost secondary to the people of Palestine, because you have so many other things that you're grieving, so many other things to feel before you can even feel hungry, before you can even like realize that you're having a throbbing headache. And I think that the hunger strike has just made me feel extra convicted, and I think this experience has opened me to feeling more. Yeah, I think that's what I want to say. Do you want to say anything?
As we come closer to our 48 hours, I am honestly feeling quite positive about our journey. I feel like I've absorbed a lot through the teachings. I feel like I've grown as a person, not just spiritually, but also intellectually, learning more about the systems at play that have caused the Palestinian genocide. And I feel ready to learn more today. As for my plans for today, I am planning to catch up on this book. It's called This Is What Inequality Looks Like. While this is not related to the Palestinian cause directly, I think that it's a pretty good book which discusses a lot about how systems can cause poverty.
Yeah. Hi everyone. So, this is the how many hour? 39 hour. Yeah. After 39 hour, I'm feeling pretty hungry, feeling pretty tired. But like Ezekiel said, pretty positive. I think that the community here, we are a community. We are standing in solidarity together. It doesn't mean that just because you're not a striker, you're not part of the movement. Everyone is part of the movement, and having that, it feels as though we can do anything, and we can fight for justice, we can fight for accountability, we can fight for the freedom of the people in Palestine. And for today, I'm reading A Shared Struggle. So this is about the stories of Palestinian and Irish hunger strike. So very telling for us today. And it's about the accounts of people who have been on hunger strike to fight for their cause, right, in Palestine and in Ireland. So hope that I can read through the accounts of our comrades before us and feel a sense of solidarity, and we know that what we are fighting for will come to pass.
Thank you. So I'm going to start by reading reflections from one of our comrades who's striking as well, Jen. She's off camera, but she's asked me to share her reflections. I've been asking myself whether this hunger strike can bring about clarity in how I want to move forward. So much of everyday life revolves around food and keeping ourselves nourished. When I'm not focused on my next meal and hunger calls for my attention, a mindful, meditative, prayer-like approach is required. In this space of thought and contemplation, I feel myself becoming a bigger vessel for my grief, anger, and rage. The well of compassion deepens too as I reflect upon yesterday's vigil and the comrade I met only a few hours prior, comforting me as I struggled to compose myself and read the next name, the next prayer, the next life taken far too soon. We comforted one another, didn't rush anyone to get through the 100 names. There was time, patience, understanding, all present. I was discussing with fellow strikers how the hunger is one discomfort, but another is in the not doing. By striking, we choose not only to not eat, but to put aside a weekend that might otherwise be filled with work, social commitments, and no doubt many a good meal. For me, at least at this point of time, I feel this more than the hunger pangs. By striking, I say no to the status quo, even in actions as small as not being available, not paying for services and goods outside of my commute, not contributing to the cacophony of doing, seeing, consuming more. So many questions have been rooted in what's next. I think she's referring here to the questions we've been getting from the public. And while I understand the need for follow-up action, this urgent requirement to move on to the next thing leaves us with little to no space to reflect and feel into the way this action has landed in our bodies, brains, and hearts. How quickly we tend to our cravings without thought for a drink, a snack, a meal, our devices, the next action we will take. Today, I am sitting with this, holding the urgency of action in one hand and the need for processing time and reflection in the other.
Okay, hi. So I think I've just been feeling like the effects of having super low blood pressure. I don't think I'm hungry. I don't have a headache, but walking like a distance or up the stairs, like I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Yeah. So but as Nusha said, we are in a place of privilege over here. We are with each other. There's a space for us to be with each other. We are in aircon and we're being served like the electrolytes every 2 hours. Yeah, so I mean, we have the space to grieve like what other people are going through, but I think we also need to recognize that we are also suffering, not suffering, but like experiencing the effects as well. Yeah, and this is just like a pinch of what the Palestinians have been going through like in the last 2 years. Yeah. Today I'm just planning to try to pay attention to the two teach-ins that we have. So there's one by Sick and Tired, another one by TJC, so Transformative Justice Collective. And I'll try to beat whatever like feelings in my head and do some reflections and pay attention to the teaching. Yeah. Any?
Yeah, so I think for me the challenge of the hunger pangs and desire to eat, because I don't think it's just hunger, but like, you know, food being a source of like emotional comfort and a feeling of rest and home and all of that was a lot stronger last night when I went home than it was the whole day here, right? Because here I think we're in a very intentional space. There's no food around. Everyone is very kind to eat outside of this room so that it's easier for us. And but back at home, it was a lot more of a mental battle for me to see food, see drinks, see a fridge stocked, and think about all the things I could be eating and not. Yeah, and it means a lot to be back here today with everyone, even with however we're all feeling, however difficult it was for some of us to get out of bed today. I think all of that makes it even more meaningful that we're back here together, whether we're early or late or feeling, you know, crappy or headachy or weak, and then we're still here together. I'm also thinking and feeling a lot for some of our comrades who chose to or had to end their strike last night or this morning, and really trying to hold this balance, you know, like in Jen's reflection, she's talking about the balance between the desire for like urgent action and the need to reflect and process. And I'm also holding the balance of what it means to listen to our bodies, care for ourselves, and be gentle with ourselves, while we also are trying to push ourselves and commit to something. And I love how much we all uplift each other in this space, and how understanding and supportive everyone is when someone is physically unable to take it anymore and needs to give up because they're having their period or some other health conditions that they have to attend to. And I think this nuance that we're able to hold and practice means a lot in strengthening our capacities as a movement going forward. That we don't see things in black and white, and we are able to be alive to the real humans that we're in solidarity with, and reevaluate at each step by being attuned to ourselves and each other. So that's what I'm thinking about this morning. And today I'm planning to read more of my book, Perfect Victims by Muhammad Al-Kurd. And I'm looking forward to the teach-ins as well.
For this week's fundraiser, we are spotlighting Nadim, who turned 18 years old yesterday. Nadim is a bright and young student who has been living in an encampment after his house was bombed. He has his own initiative called Hope for Gaza, where he distributes food in his camp. Our Singaporean allies actually got to know Nadim through his food distribution initiative with Red Dot Relief Singapore, which funds contributed from Singapore citizens. Today, we shall celebrate Nadim's birthday by fighting for a free Palestine. You may donate to Nadim through tinyurl.com/supportnadim, Nadim, or through the PayNow QR code, both on screen. We are almost at the end of our morning broadcast. Between 12 to 12:30 today, we will be answering questions related to our strike and demands sent by members of the public. See you then. Free, free.
Palestine!
Free, free.
Palestine!
Yeah.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Francesca. I'm gonna share a mini Dabka class. Dabka is a Palestinian folkloric dance. I just got back from Palestine about 2 months ago, and I did like a intensive Dabka training with Al Funun Dance Company in the West Bank in Ramallah. It was a great experience. So I'm going to share a song that I learned, and this is a very popular Palestinian song. It's a very beloved Palestinian song. It's called Ya Zarif Atul. Yeah, it's about longing for the land, resistance, Palestinian resistance. It's about their identity. So all this is, Dabka is like a community. It's a very community-based dance where we hold hands and sometimes the shoulders. So you really have to work together as a community. Okay, so let me just read a little bit about what Ya Zarif Atul is about. So it's a popular folk Palestinian folk song, and it literally translates to "Oh, the tall and handsome one." Okay, the phrase is often used to address a symbolic figure representing a heroic, handsome revolutionary or a young man leaving his home. The song embodies themes of love, resistance, and longing for the homeland, and has become a cultural emblem of the Palestinian identity and steadfastness. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to show you the steps, right? And then we'll slowly try it with music, and we'll see where we end up. So no pressure, okay, guys? Just have fun, and then like to also keep your mind off the hunger pangs if you're having hunger pangs. Okay, so. This is a 6-beat rhythm. We always start with the left leg. Okay? So we're gonna go. You're just gonna tap. When the music starts, you're just gonna tap, feel the rhythm. When I play the music, you'll understand what I mean. Okay? And then we're gonna go. Stomp, tap, stomp, tap, stomp, tap, stomp, tap, stomp, tap. I think it's 6 times. Alright? Simple, right? So stomp, tap, stomp, tap, stomp, tap, stomp, tap. I don't know if you realize that I also move my shoulders, so they use their shoulders a lot. But it's not like a forced movement. It's very relaxed. So, just feel the rhythm, and there's no kind of right or wrong. So feel the rhythm when you hear it. So okay, so we have 6 of these, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we do 1 big stop. Stop. Okay? And then we do what we call the shamel, or a hit in English. It's a heel. You see? Heel, stop, up. Okay? So there's a hit. So heel, stomp, up. And then you go left, right. Okay, one more time. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and stop. Hit. Okay, so heel. I just so heel, stop, up, left, right. One more. Stop. Heel, stop, up, left, right. Okay, so it's always stop, shamel, left, right. Again, stop, heel, up, left, right. Yeah. Got it? One more time from this. So we do 2 sets of that. Okay, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and stop. Heel and down, left, right, stop. Da da da, left, right. 1, 2, 3. Repeat. 4, 5, 6, and stop. Hit, left, right, stop. Hit, left, right. So far, so good. What? 2 sets. 2 sets. Okay? We're just going to try this much with music to feel the. Yes, again. Shamel. Yeah. Yes. So you transfer your weight forward. So heel, transfer to the point that you can actually lift up your back leg if you wanted to. So bump, bump, but you don't need to. Okay, so after I do 6 of these, right? Then I do stomp, chamel, left, right, stomp, chamel, left, right. Then we start again.
Okay, so there's no stop the second time.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Let's try this measure music.
Oh, stomping.
DJ, come on here. Ready? Here we go. Stop. Cut, cut, cut. Left, right, stop. Cut, cut, cut. Left again. But. Nice. Stop. Good. How's it? Good. Yeah. Okay, right? Not too bad. See, it makes more sense to the music because of the rhythm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now we're going to try the same thing, holding hands.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to be here. I'll lead the line like this. So when we will move in a circle, so we need to go down the stairs with an extra obstacle.
Shall we just start downstairs?
No.
Okay.
So we do a round and you end up back on stage, okay?
Okay.
It's okay. So the person on the right is going to be, the hand's going to be in front of the person on the left. Like this. Okay, we hold the hands firmly. Okay, it's like really strong. Okay, so we do that whole section that we did, holding hands. Now the next bit, we're gonna walk. Okay, so this is called the Shamalia walk. So this is like a basic walking step, which if you attend Arabic wedding, you can join the Daki circle because they will do this. Okay. So the walk is simple. Start with the left leg again. Left, right, tap, stop. Yeah, stop, tap. Again, left, right, stop, tap. Okay, you know, maybe we start on the floor. Wait, or we try to do this on the stage. Let's try that again.
She has so much confidence.
So I'm gonna cut like this.
Okay.
So we go left, sorry, one more time, and we go left, right, stop, tap, left, right, stop, tap. Okay? Now from here, I'm gonna teach you the taxi. It's a basic step. Okay, go back. Learn the step first. Look at their faces.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
taxi. Starting with the left leg again. We go heel, change, and up. Okay? So, taxi, up. Left leg, yeah? Start with your left leg. Again, we do this 4 times. Again? Yes. Taxi, up. Taxi, up. Taxi, up. The sound taxi, up. That's 4. Okay? But now we do that moving. Holding hands.
That's great.
Okay, so let's, no, it's possible, trust me. So, let's just do the taxi without holding hands. So, here we go.
41 hours of no food at this point.
Have you guys seen the first one? They were asking for more.
Hey, they're young, okay?
Okay, let's go. So we go. Taxi, up. Taxi, up. Taxi. Last one. Taxi, up. Okay, come on, hands. It's so fun, guys. So we're gonna do the Shamalia walk 2 times into the taxi.
The taxi is stop and do, right?
Oh, we move also.
Oh, okay.
So just follow me. So what happens after the Shamalia walk? We do this. So face me. Yeah, that's why the hands are held.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, so we just do it from the walk. So we go starting with the left. Left, right, stop, tap. Left, right, stop, taxi. Left and right and up. Left and right and up. Left and right and up. Let go, up. Nice. Also that, yeah. But then the thing is, the music is faster than try that one more time. So I'll be here.
Okay. Can I just practice the walk going into the cave?
Just the beginning part you're good, right?
Yeah.
So from the walk. Okay. Okay, so the thing about the walk, do not overtake your friend. So you tend to move in front of her. So you need to stay behind her.
Okay.
Okay? But it's okay. So we walk. So we go left, right, stomp, tap. Left, right, stomp, taxi, 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 up. Taxi, 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 up. Taxi, 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 up. Let go on the last one.
Okay.
Better? Yeah. Okay. Let's try with music. So I'll be here. So we start holding hands from the beginning. Last. And stop. Left, right, stop. One more time. And right, stop. We walk. Left, right, left, right. Left, right, left, right. And taxi, up. Up. Let go.
Oh, okay. I need water first. Yeah.
Okay, I tell you what, I'll teach little bit more and then we done. How about that? Okay?
Thank you. I am an elderly person.
So if you listen to the music on the taxi, right? It goes. Yeah. So like being familiar with the music helps. It's so hard. Actually, this is my favorite step. Taxi, yeah.
Doing it well.
So the taxi is like a traveling step. They use it to travel to different positions. That's why it's called the taxi.
Because I'm moving around.
Yeah, but there's also like a single leg taxi, which is just here. This is what we did. It's like a regular taxi.
So what is the next part?
Okay, next part. It's supposed to be jumping, but I won't make y'all jump. So just steps. Okay? So when you're ready, go.
I want to watch this.
Okay, so we finished. We ended our last taxi, right? Left and right and left and up. Now from here we're gonna go left, right, cut, cut, cut. 3 stops. Okay? So we end here on the taxi. We go stop, stop. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, we do it 4 times.
Okay.
Okay? Can?
Is that
If you think the 3 is too fast, you can go 1, 2, 1, 2. But I think you can do 3 lah.
Okay.
You good. Okay, so let's try the last bit together without music first. So we go left, right, 1, 2, 3. Left, right, 1, 2, 3. Left, right, 1, 2, 3. And left, right, 1, 2, 3. Good. Yes. Music.
Can we do that? I need to practice transitions.
Okay.
So from the
From the
taxi to
beginning.
the last taxi to this, I just
Okay,
need to,
so we end our 2 Shamalia walks, right?
Yes,
We end
yes.
somewhere here, correct?
Yeah.
So after that, we have to change like this, so we can move. So we go left and right and left so fun, but it's fast.
That's okay.
I show you first,
Yeah.
then you tell me if you yes or no.
Yes.
One on the one. Okay. So you have your last one, right? Done. 1, 2, 3. This leg is up. You go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 4.
Oh, you're crossing both
Okay,
sides.
so I teach you slowly. Okay, but that's how it's supposed to look. Because sometimes this step. Oh, you want? So you want? So we start here, right? Okay, left leg up. We kick on 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2. Wait, let me count it again. See, slow is more difficult. So 1 and 2 and 3. So bring the weight down. 3 and 4. Repeat again. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. We try again. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. One more time. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Let's try a bit faster.
Yeah.
Yeah? No, just not like.
Francesca, someone said, wow, a serious hunger strike with dancing. Well done. You just made your cause more serious. What do you have to say to that? No,
I'm not the one striking.
No, but-
It's so fast.
Like, what's the point of this dance? What are we learning?
Okay, so actually, like Palestinians also, like that is so important for them, and it helps them to also release negative energy, and for them, just like having joy and creating joy for them is already a way of like resisting.
Yeah.
So
Someone else said makcik lah.
to the show.
That means
Like,
auntie.
yeah, like auntie lah, this person, whoever this person is.
It's okay.
Okay, let's just continue.
What?
Okay, then.
Oh no, they're calling the troll magic, not us.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's quiet.
I am in my magic.
Okay, so now we try Helbesh. Helbesh a little bit faster.
Okay, okay.
Okay?
Which leg was left?
Left, always left. Most of the time it's left. Okay, you go back so you can see. Yeah, you can see. So we try slow first. So we go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Again, 1 and 2 and 3 and faster. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3. Line faster. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Yeah, so you don't stay on the floor. You need to hop again.
Okay,
So in that case, you will actually never stop hopping. It's very tiring. But it's like 1 and 2 and 3 and hop. 1 and 2 and 3 and hop. It's like the taxi. 1 and 2 and 3 and hop.
Yeah.
When you hear the music, you understand.
Okay.
Ah, it's okay.
so tired.
Okay, so we try that.
Yes.
How about that? So we have this. Da, 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 da. 4 times. 2. Da, da, da. 3. Da, da, da. 4. Ba, ba, ba. And we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 4. Right shoulders. 1 and 2 and 4. What? What the hell? No! Okay, no need shoulders. No need. First lesson, no need shoulders. Okay. Music? From the beginning? Yes, let's go, girls. You come.
Oh, sorry.
You come. Hand in next to me. Right person, left hand in the front. Here we go. Stop. Stop. Left, right, stop. Left again. Wait. We stop. Stop. Left, right, stop. We walk left. Stop. Tap. Taxi. Left one. Last leg one. And left, right. 1, 2, 3. Left, right. 1, 2, 3. Left, right.
Hi guys, we're going to be starting our Q&A now and I'm going to be asking the questions. So firstly, how does everyone feel about the last day?
I'm feeling pretty good. If you guys watch our previous live broadcast, we were dancing, and I think Francesca said something that really resonated with me, that joy is a form of resistance. So, and there is joy here, there is joy as a community, there is joy in solidarity. So I think people might not understand that, but joy is a form of resistance, and I'm going to hold on to my joy.
Yeah, it actually reminded me of something Leila Khaled, who's a Palestinian revolutionary, said in an interview about how revolution must also be full of life, right? So whether that's laughter, joy, kinship, which is why I think it has moved a lot of people to see the Palestinian people dancing and doing art and doing like drama and theater and games for the children, even in the camps. And I think that is something to really hold on to and learn a lot from.
I just feel really hopeful that, you know, ultimately things are moving slow. Like the changes of what our state has been like echoing, right? But I guess there has been change even in the last 2 years, and it can be slow, but we have to remain hopeful, right? Yeah, it's just like a process, and we'll still be here when like things continue to move forward. Yeah, and yeah, I have a lot of faith in my comrades here who do continue to be in this journey to free like Palestine.
I think they've all like echoed the same thoughts that I'm having right now. Just now when we were dancing, I was initially like I didn't want to because I was tired, but Kugi forced me. And then I actually had so much fun, and I don't feel like super tired now. I don't feel that like hunger pang because like we were all just laughing and jumping around and having so much fun. And I think that's what I want to focus on today.
So in yesterday's Q&A, you guys answered that there hasn't been any police intervention yet. But what happens if they do get involved from here on out, and what's your plan?
We will not reveal our plans. But, you know, yeah, we're ready to face them if they have questions for us.
So someone actually sent this in. They said, I am concerned that depending on how far the authorities are willing to go, hunger strikers can be arrested under Section 7.1 of the Mental Health Care and Treatment Act 2008 because of starving oneself potentially being a form of self-neglect and be committed to psychiatric care for a month. What is being done to mitigate this risk? Do you have a lawyer on standby? Have you obtained prior certification of mental soundness, etc. before going for this hunger strike?
There's just so many. Yeah, I think that's so. Can I just take a look? Yeah, I guess. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I don't. Okay, maybe we do have like ways to like mitigate this like imposing of this law on us, right? Yeah, but I think as like someone who works in healthcare, I don't think we are starving by definition. So can they actually use it on us? We're just not eating food for like 2 days. We're still like drinking water, having like the electrolytes, and if they assume that there are some like mental issues that we are experiencing or trying to partake in this like activity, right? I guess like in a way it also shows that the state is just like policing how we think about these things, right? And also about our body. I don't know. I guess it's good that the person who sent in this question is concerned. Like I guess it's nice to have like support from the community outside. Yeah, but I think we are fine. Yeah, I think tomorrow we can eat again. So tonight, yeah, less than 10 hours. Yeah. I mean, how could they even like measure this like or like quantify that we were starving and also that we were experiencing like distress like mentally? Yeah, when like by the time they investigate, it will be like weeks from now possibly. Yeah.
I also want to say something.
I also want to say something. I'm just gonna read out what the person's quoted, right, which is 7.1 Mental Health Care and Treatment Act 2008. It says, apprehension of mentally disordered persons is the duty of every police officer or special police officer to apprehend any person where the police officer or special police officer believes that the person may endanger themselves or any other person's safety or life, and the conduct is reasonably suspected to be attributed to a mental disorder. So I'm just saying, it doesn't say self-neglect, it doesn't say starvation, and unless you think we are mentally unwell, I don't know. I mean, that's just what the law says, so I'm a bit confused. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think actually this is a great opportunity to talk about how messed up the law is when it comes to people with mental disabilities, where it takes away their autonomy and it's basically involuntary detention rather than care and support, which is how our state treats anybody who is different, right? People who use drugs get involuntary detention and punishment instead of care and support and healthcare, and so do people with disabilities. And that is what we should be angry about. And I just want to say that while we are choosing to do this 48-hour hunger strike, there is a very long history of hunger strikes unto death, hunger strikes that have lasted for 40 days, 100 days, and more, where there's different kinds of support systems and infrastructure around the people who are striking, right? Whether that is like putting them on IV drips and etc. that healthcare workers do perform. And I think that it is a completely legitimate choice for someone to choose what to do with their body, whether they're striking hunger strike onto death or self-immolation or whatever they want to do in political protest. And that is, again, a reclaiming of your bodily autonomy. And self-neglect is not the right way to understand what they're doing, but using something at their disposal to make a political statement, right? Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to read out 2 mutual sentiments from the subreddit Singapore Raw. Feel free to respond as you wish. So the first one, I still don't understand how starving themselves achieves anything. Like, everybody knows that the peace deal is signed already, and even if it weren't, it'll still be pointless. Virtue signaling much?
Wait, what? Give me the question. Which one is it?
Just say something.
Yeah, you said
Can I just ask, do you even know what virtue signaling means? Yeah. Okay, that's all.
you set it up for me. Yeah. I feel like if you don't understand how what we are doing achieves anything, then that's okay, because we know what we are doing and we believe in the cause, and there are people watching who believe in the cause as well. So I don't think I need to give you a very good answer, as long as I know what I'm doing for myself and that I have such amazing people around me who believe strongly in a cause. And people are still in famine, people are still grieving, people are still dying, people are still going through atrocities that we can never fathom. Even if we continue a hunger strike, we will never be able to fully understand it. So I don't think that just saying that because a peace deal has been signed means anything fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we on the SGHungerStrike4Gaza page, we've put up our response to the so-called ceasefire deal, and how completely bullshit it is. How there's it's very clear that Israel is continuing to carry out lots of attacks in Gaza and in the West Bank, and they're still blocking food aid going in and committing many other atrocities. So the ceasefire deal to us is no more than a PR campaign for Trump and Netanyahu, and it is already showing its true colors. So, but that aside, I think that many people have the question of what does a hunger strike achieve, right? Actually, I've come to believe over the course of planning this and participating in this that its the main impact that it has is on ourselves. And so I think of it as a way to prepare ourselves for the next fight, prepare ourselves and strengthen our relationships with our comrades, strengthen our solidarity with each other, which makes us stronger to keep the movement going. So I think that's what it means to me, mainly.
Yep. And I think that when we understand the situation in Singapore, right, there's a lot of persecution of like pro-Palestinian solidarity movements or anything. Even when you post online, people are saying they get shadow banned if they post about Palestine. Yeah, and investigated. So I think this is one way where we can get our voices heard, like hopefully, and not get the authorities like coming after us. But it's the way that we hope that we can get our voices heard more than anything. And like Cookie said, I think it's strengthening our solidarity, even if people feel like, oh, this is not doing anything, but it's doing something for us, and I'm sure that there are Palestinians who are looking at the page and they feel that we are doing something for them, that we have them on their mind, and it strengthens them, it gives them some hope. And honestly, it's not about the Singaporeans, like looking and saying that we are virtual signaling. It's more for the Palestinians who are looking and knowing that they have support from people around the world, and we are there for them. Yes.
Okay, so the next one. What kind of strike is it when there's breaks in between? This is intermittent fasting. If y'all are truly striking, why you don't want to set up a 24-hour broadcast?
Before we address this, I just want to say that the hunger strike is also, like for this week, it's a fundraiser. So when you're watching, like you should go to the page and like read up and like donate if you can. Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there while everybody's watching. Okay.
Oh, this is intimate. Well, I think, yeah, like one of our fellow strikers said when they heard the question, that this seems like a question that's coming from someone who doesn't understand what an honor system is, and is used always to having authority and hostile authority, policing and making sure we're doing what we said we'll do. But this is a commitment we made first and foremost to ourselves. So we've committed to strike for 48 hours, and we've decided to have broadcasts at intervals because it is very overwhelming for the publicity team and for and the programming team to have something ongoing 24 hours. We also want strikers to be able to rest and have privacy, even if they're not eating or drinking. It doesn't mean that they should be displaying their lives for 48 hours to the world at large. And we trust each other and hold each other in solidarity. And we're not doing this for anybody else. So there's no one we need to be accountable to except to ourselves. So that aside, I just want to point out that the hunger strike is also meant as a vehicle for drawing more attention to what is going on in Gaza. And doing a lot more education, right? So over the 3 weekends, we've had so many teach-ins and vigils and community art sessions and Palestinian dance together. And also we've been doing a lot of posts to educate the masses about the reality on the ground in Palestine, as well as the history of Palestine and the history of hunger strikes. So the hunger strike is a focal point that becomes something that people get interested in, and so they pay attention, and that's used to talk about all these other things, right, and draw more public attention. So that is really the goal for us.
Yeah. Okay. As someone who is like visibly Muslim, I think it's also important to say that, like there are people who don't fast like fully for 30 months, but we also don't like police them. They don't have any like sort of surveillance as well. Yeah, and I think that's fine because as like Muslims, we also need to like, practice integrity, right? Yeah, and I guess we are in our own way also practicing integrity. Yeah, so I don't think it's even necessary to even need like the 24-hour broadcast. But if you're willing to, you can try. Yeah. Yeah, and I think another thing is that the whole point of fasting as well as like a Muslim person, like although they eat like in the morning and like after sunset, it was also like to let people understand what it's like to be to have like a lack of food. Yeah, and to go through your days as well without being able to eat. Yeah, I guess it's also just to build empathy. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on from Singapore Raw. The next question is, are there plans for more strikes in the future?
You can plan one.
Okay. What has changed in yourselves from the first day of the campaign to now?
I'm just gonna go off my head lah. I think that I had certain expectations. Like I knew I was gonna be hungry or tired, and I thought I was gonna be irritable and frustrated. But I'm happy to say that I'm not irritable and frustrated. If anything, I feel like I've learned so much, even though it was only like one day, like yesterday. I had so many conversations with all my friends here, and they have very different perspectives that was introspective to me. When Kogi yesterday, her reflection, she said the pace of creation is much slower than the pace of destruction. I took that home with me, and that helped me a lot to think about how change will happen, even if it's taking its time. And we will also, I think I just feel a bit more hopeful today. And I think that this entire experience has made me feel more convicted, as well as we were talking about how whatever we are doing now, right, is nothing compared to what Palestinians are going through. But to even experience this very, very small scale, tiny scale of it is very humbling, and I think it's very disillusioning at the same time. And I think that's what I want to take away from this, that no matter how much you want to say about feeling for the Palestinians who are going through genocide, you will never ever be able to fully grasp what is going on. And I think that is what's the most horrific part to me, that I'll never as a human be able to encapsulate that experience and understand them. Yeah.
Someone has a question on TikTok. Yes, they have to do live on TikTok to get the gifts, so they don't have money to have their meal.
No, we will not dignify that with a response. Do you want to answer that? Yeah, what has changed?
I guess like as what Nusha said, I think I had prepared myself mentally for this, but when you're going through it, you're not fully it's a very surreal experience to actually go through something, then mentally preparing yourself from it, right? Yeah, because there are days I'm sure a lot of us would eat at 4 p.m. and you still go through life normally the next day. But yeah, even after 24 hours of not actually eating any sort of food, it really you can really feel the effects of it. Yeah, and yeah, it is humbling, and I guess it also helps build a bit of compassion more in others, who just cannot afford to eat, not just Palestinians but just anybody. Yeah.
I think that across the 3 weekends, it's felt very different, this experience of the hunger strike, to other forms of political action, right? Because it's very inward looking, and it's much slower, right? Where we're used to such a ridiculously fast-paced society with no time to think, let alone grieve or rage. And these few days together, we're all together doing very little. And that slowness, that inwardness, the reflection circles, the grounding, it's a very different way of being with each other than being with each other at Hong Lim Park in a protest, or participating in other campaigns in other ways. And not to say that anyone is better than the other, but it expands, I think, our capacities to connect with each other in different ways, and imagine many different ways that we can take political action, and also just tend to ourselves and our spirits as we do it, right? Yeah.
Question for point 2. What can us everyday people do to take action?
I think that it writes onto what I got to say about what I learned during the hunger strike. I think that something that I really learned is to decenter myself, because I think, like Koki said, right, everything's so, like when you're doing activism, or you kind of have this sense of like, oh, okay, like there's the police might come after me, or like this and that, and there's so much emotions that come from wanting to do activism and wanting to play a part, but then knowing that there's this whole institution that is against you and against the people of Palestine. I think that being here, I really learned to put all of that aside and really focus on the atrocities and the feelings and the people and the community that are in Palestine who actually do need our help. And I think just putting in the thought for them, thinking about them, is something that I really learned throughout this hunger strike, is to slow down, put everything off my mind, but having good intentions and having good prayers for the people in Palestine. I think that that's something that they can do too. Like anyone can do that, right? Sometimes people can say, oh, I don't have time, I don't have the energy, I'm afraid of the police coming after me. That's okay, we understand, we all have different thresholds. And I think that's something that you can do on your own, right? Is to decenter yourself, give yourself an hour to just really think about the people of Palestine. And I think that that's enough. If you have more that you want to do, please feel free to do, right? You can donate to Love It SG. You can come and speak to us if you want to join any kind of activism. But I think that what is important is the intention of your heart. If you want to speak to your friends about it, please feel free. I think conversation is very important, right? Because silence is complicity. So speak up whatever you feel comfortable, whatever level you feel comfortable with. I think you can slowly build up your threshold. But in the meantime, if you are really feeling upset, feeling like there's nothing you can do about it, just take some time off, clear your schedule for an hour, and think about the people of Palestine. I think that they would appreciate that there are people thinking about them.
Yeah. Just to add to what Jocelyn said, I think something I'd really want to encourage more of us to do is practice being angry about oppression rather than afraid. Right, so I was thinking about this a lot yesterday when there were so many questions about, aren't you afraid of reprisals? Aren't you afraid police are going to come? Aren't you afraid of getting charged again? I am conscious that any of those things can happen to any of us, but I'm angry about it rather than fearful. And I think it's time more of us got angry. And I think that anger is a really powerful fuel to take action. And so once you connect to the anger you feel at the devastation and injustice and horrors in the world, then you will know what to do.
Can I just like add something else? Like outside of like trying to advocate for like Palestinians, I think it's also important for us and like everybody to extend our solidarity and extend compassion to our locals, you know, just within our own community. So as simple as like even helping out like mutual aid or like supporting like local brands, like no longer like consuming MNCs. Like this is also part of like the boycotting system, right? Yeah. I mean, even like some people would also suggest not to use Grab because it takes a lot of money commission away from drivers. So yeah. Yeah, so I guess that's like a really simple thing to do, you know. I mean, you don't have to go to like Palestine to help these people. You can also help people within your own community. You can also just join like one of these like movement groups also, because they are constantly like, we constantly need people to also be part of it so that things can grow, things can change.
What does that mean? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah.
No, I think that there's many people in the movement here who have been talking about and have considered joining one of the freedom flotillas, and quite a few people have applied but been rejected because there's, I think thousands of applications to go in. But yeah, I think that it requires an international movement in solidarity with Palestine. And so I think as powerful as it is to physically go there, to attempt to break the siege, what we do at home, what we do in our communities, and broadcast is as important, because I think we have also all been so moved by the global solidarity, right? The fact that there are protests on the streets of India and Australia and UK and Europe, in every weekend almost, for 2 years. Like that is what I think energizes the Palestinian resistance too, and reminds them that they're not alone in this. So I think we continue to fight where we are, or in whatever ways that we feel moved to. Yeah.
So our final question, what have you learned from your bodies through striking, and how does it connect with calling for a free Palestine?
So deep.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think we've like answered that in like different ways, and also throughout like them checking in on us, like as in our broadcast, like checking in like throughout like the days, right? Yeah. Can I say a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very like complex question. Like, I don't think I can like think of an answer right now.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Yeah.
I think it's something that we can all learn from the people of Palestine too, even as they're going through famine. Like we can learn what resilience is. I think that's something that all of us talked about, right? Is having resilience. And even though it doesn't like connect directly as the question is saying, right? How does this help the people of Palestine? I think that putting ourselves in their shoes, learning what resistance is, learning what resilience is, helps me a lot, personally. Yeah.
It just I think I will just repeat what I said yesterday in the Q&A also, which is that like I think reclaiming our bodies is what I'm learning from our bodies, is that they're from my body, not our bodies. What I'm learning from my body is that it is capable of change, and it's capable of tolerance, and it is capable also of knowing its limits. And as much as we talk about listening to our bodies, this is a symbiotic relationship where our bodies also listen to our minds. And I think that reclaiming this power over our bodies and learning how much we can tolerate and what we're willing to put ourselves through means also that we can reclaim power over other sites. And for the Palestinians, it's their claim over their land and their history and their future, right? That we all have to come together to fight for.
I can't remember who said this yesterday during one of the reflections, but I was finding it like difficult to answer certain questions like outside of this community when people were asking me why go on hunger strike, because I need to frame it in a way where they would engage with me like productively. And somebody said yesterday that it is not about, we don't think that by doing this tomorrow the world will be changed, but it's that there will be change within us. And I think that's like very important to me, because as the question said something about how we notice our bodies and how we connect it to calling for a free Palestine. And I think that's how I see it. Like, we have grown so much in just under like 48 hours, and we've learned so much from our bodies, and we relate it back to how the Palestinians suffer there. And I think that's what's important, like the change within us. Yeah. Any final thoughts?
Is that all? Okay.
We'll see you guys at...
We have the script.
Okay.
Thank you guys for your questions. Please come back at 2 p.m. We'll be having a teach-in from Sick and Tired. We'll be hearing from our fellow healthcare professionals. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah. I'm a healthcare worker, and alongside myself with Xianglin, my colleague, we'll be doing today's teach-in, Genocide in Gaza, a perspective from the healthcare worker side. We had another colleague who also contributed to this presentation, but unfortunately, we aren't sure what the repercussions for her if she were to appear live on camera. So she's not going to appear, but it kind of just highlights the complicity of the silence by the healthcare system here in Singapore. Okay, Ken, so we're going to have a very interesting presentation. We'll be taking questions, but we're answering them towards the end of the presentation. So we're going to start first talking about Gaza's healthcare system and the systemic dismantling of it. So the historical context of it is that prior to the war itself, there were 36 hospitals that were serving over 2 million Gazans. The current situation is that the healthcare system is completely broken. This is not collateral damage from the war itself, but a systematic dismantling of healthcare infrastructure. Since the 7th of October, Israeli attacks on medical infrastructure and healthcare workers have reached unprecedented levels, surpassing the total number of such attacks in other parts of the world. I would like to take this time to introduce this term called medicide. Medicide is the deliberate destruction of healthcare and of those who provide it. In Gaza, medicide is not a metaphor. Since October 2023, Gaza's healthcare system has been systematically dismantled. Hospitals have become targets of war. The World Healthcare Organization has documented thousands of attacks on healthcare facilities, ambulances, and staff. Out of Gaza's 36 hospitals, only a handful remain partially functional. This is not collateral damage, it is calculated. When electricity and fuel is cut off from hospitals, when newborn babies don't have incubators, when ambulances are bombed, the wounded bleed out before they reach care. When doctors are arrested, executed, or forced to flee, the entire healthcare infrastructure is collapsing. This is medicide, the killing of medicine as a social institution. And the victims of medicide are not just the patients, they are the healthcare workers who continue against all the challenging odds to treat the victims of the crisis. Over 500 healthcare workers have been killed, and these include doctors, nurses, paramedics, pharmacists, and other martyrs who have stayed back trying to take care of their patients. Medicide in Gaza is not just an attack on Palestinians, but on the very identity of medicine, where we should be taking care of others. Okay. So I think the next slide, we are showing the different hospitals and the different kind of convoys in Gaza and the kind of examples of how they have been attacked right? And we can see that this has started, since 2023, and we're continuing to see an escalating pattern of violence against healthcare workers and infrastructure up till today. So the current situation about access and operational challenges in Gaza. So access to healthcare is one of the most fundamental human rights. This is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Geneva Convention. But in Gaza, this right has been stripped away deliberately. What we are witnessing is not a collapse, not just a collapse born out of chaos, it is a calculated destruction of access to care driven by blockade, bombardment, and siege. So let's talk about the different elements of these challenges in access and operations. So healthcare facilities within these so-called evacuation zones have been forced to suspend or to evacuate because they are under direct threat. Hospitals, which are places of refuge under international law, have been forced to evacuate while still housing hundreds of patients, newborns, and displaced family. The World Healthcare Organization has described these evacuation orders as a death sentence for the sick and injured. When ambulances are prevented from entering the zones where the sick are told to flee, and these zones become impossible to evacuate. There are also movement restrictions. This phrase is used by humanitarian agencies to describe the continued hostilities and military presence that inhibit patients from accessing care. This means that patients with shrapnel wounds can't reach hospitals, pregnant women can't reach their maternity wards, dialysis patients can't get access to dialysis, and every checkpoint we're seeing drones overhead, every roadblock becomes a barrier, physical barrier between life and death. And this is the healthcare infrastructure that we're seeing now in Gaza. Next is the supply shortages that is rampant throughout Gaza. Hospitals across Gaza are crippled by what doctors describe as severe supply shortages, lack of healthcare workers, and persistent healthcare insecurities. Surgical kits and even anesthesia, antibiotics, and even basic pain relief are running out. Many hospitals have no functioning operating theaters and are unable to do basic things like give intravenous hydrations or blood transfusions. There are chilling stories of how doctors are performing amputations without anesthesia. And these, as a healthcare professional, are seen from a bygone era. So it is just so scary as a healthcare professional for me to hear about it in this current age. And behind all of this lies also the fuel crisis, perhaps the most immediate threat that's facing them. Hospitals face imminent shutdown because they have no fuel stocks and generators. When generators stops, the light goes out in operating theaters, ventilators are not working, incubators fail. The most vulnerable population, so people who premature infants, elderly patients, people in the ICU, they are dying because they can't get access to these sorts of important healthcare machines. All these dimensions, the evacuation orders, the movement restrictions, the supply shortages, and the fuel blockades all intersect to produce a single devastating outcome, the systematic denial of healthcare. And this is what public experts call structural violence, harm embedded in the systems and the policies rather than on the battlefield itself. The other element of it is how healthcare workers can't even enter Gaza or the challenges that they are facing entering Gaza. So what we have to talk about is that with full Israeli control over the entry and exit of Gaza, the movement of medical team is completely at the mercy of the military system that threatens the humanitarian aid. Every doctor, nurse, and paramedic entering Gaza must pass through layers of inspection and restriction designed not for safety, but for control. Healthcare workers are only allowed one backpack and one suitcase with a total of 23 kilograms. Imagine being sent to one of the most devastated areas in the world and told you could only bring something that fits in your backpack. And these backpacks are also containing things like your personal items. So it is very, very challenging for them to bring across good supplies into the Gazan one because of these border restrictions. I just wanted to take some time to just talk a bit more about the healthcare professionals that have perished or are in imprisonment in Gaza, in the Gazan crisis right now. So we have Dr. Adnan Albash, Dr. Hammam Aloh, Dr. Omar Farwana, Dr. Marwan Omar, and a multitude of other healthcare professionals who have been murdered and martyred in the Gazan crisis. The last one on the end is probably someone that you probably have heard a bit before, and I'll talk a bit more about him. This is Dr. Abu Safi, who was the director of the Kamal Adwan Hospital, which had been under Israeli siege and shelling. In the months leading up to the raid, he had sent pleas to the international community to protect the hospital. Dr. Abu Safia was arrested and, according to human rights organization, has been subjected to severe torture and abuse. His detention has been extended despite the ceasefire because under Israel's connotation of he's an unlawful combatant. And that is a very unfortunate and sad thing. There is a very powerful picture that you see right at the end of Dr. Hussam Abu standing in front of a tank as he moves towards his hospital. We're going to proceed to the next part of the presentation, which is talking about complicity of healthcare institutions. And this is in various parts of the world, including here in Singapore and in Israel. So it's essential that we clarify the concept of complicity. In both moral and institutional contexts, complicity refers to the act of benefiting from facilitating or remaining silent about harm, even in the absence of direct involvement. Within healthcare institutions, complicity can manifest in several ways. These include direct collaboration, actively aiding or legitimizing policies that restrict access to care, silence and neutrality, choosing not to name the aggressor under the pretense of impartiality, decontextualizing suffering, addressing the situation in Gaza as a humanitarian crisis while disregarding the underlying issues of occupation and blockade, selective advocacy, voicing support for certain crises while neglecting those associated with powerful allies. These manifestations of complicity are not exclusive to Gaza. However, the crisis has made them much more prominent and pronounced. There are various global mechanisms to help enshrine such complicity. Firstly, it's militarized healthcare policies. In several imperialist nations, such as the United States and United Kingdom, and members of the European Union, healthcare and military research are closely interconnected. Medical technologies are developed for combat trauma or for surveillance and are often used to export it to conflict zones without adequate accountability. Institutions that benefit from these partnerships are rarely scrutinized, and the subsequent use of this technology is rampant in occupied territories. Number two, professional silence. medical associations and academic institutions frequently refrain from taking public stance regarding the situation in Gaza. While there's a surge of statements in response to things like natural disasters, like earthquakes or epidemics, few organizations actually condemn the intentional targeting of civilians in Gaza. The British Medical Association, the American Medical Association, and others have experienced internal pressure to take a stance. However, many choose to issue very vague calls for peace rather than demanding thorough investigations and systemic change. As someone that's practicing here in Singapore, I'm part of various bodies here in Singapore, and none of them have made any mentions about this one, right? And I think that makes me feel really complicit. It makes me feel really uncomfortable that the professional bodies I am a part of have maintained their silence one. The third point, humanitarian gatekeeping. Large healthcare NGOs often operated within frameworks dictated by donor states. So funding restrictions may be limited by what these organizations are permitted to articulate or necessitate the use of politically neutral language. This bureaucratic neutrality is intended to safeguard access and can inadvertently validate ongoing violations. And the last one, academic sanitization of violence. Medical journals occasionally publish data on healthcare outcomes in Gaza without explicitly identifying the underlying causes such as occupation, bombardment, and blockade. This practice reduces structural violence to a mere epidemiological trends, effectively erasing accountability. So, this is an article that I pulled up from Stockholm International Peace Research Institution. It is a commentary on how arms exporters have responded to the war in Gaza, and this was published earlier this month. It's a very chilling commentary, right, when I was reading it. So it talks about how the Israeli defense minister compared Palestinian people with human animals. And he talks also about how the Israeli army is testing things like rubber bullets, artificial intelligence-powered robotic guns, and various forms of crowd dispersals, which had inflicted severe injuries on the Palestinians. The next slide just shows that, no worries. So on the other side, you can see when Israel weapon manufacturers legitimately market their weaponry as battle-proven, where they can combat unarmed civilians and innocent people, right? And this is actually something that is very enticing to other countries who may want to import these sorts of technology, And so this is something that we are seeing in the military market, right? That the military technology that's used to harm the innocent people is being used as evidence that they work and then funding the military market. Having said that, there has been improving situation here, at least in the past year, right? I'm very happy that a few of the journal articles that I subscribe to, so the NEJM and the Lancet, these are really important journals that a lot of us look towards for evidence-based medicine, are starting to stand up in solidarity for healthcare workers in Gaza. They are publishing research or evidence-based medicine on the kind of injuries that are being experienced in Gaza. And so there is hope that it's coming about. And I just wanted to point that out after all the bleak things that I've talked, right? That there is change that is coming. And it is possible for that to come about. So the reports from Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have documented instances of Israeli forces occupying and raiding hospitals, specifically Al-Shifa and Nasser Medical Complex. During this operation, staff members were detained and patients were left unattended resulting in tragic consequences and fatalities. These incidences are not isolated, but rather reflect a concerning pattern that constitutes a violation of international humanitarian law. The current blockade as well severely restricts the the importation of essential medications, spare parts for medical equipment, and for the evacuation of patients who provide advanced care, so things like chemotherapy and dialysis. Officials from the World Health Organization have consistently asserted that the delivery of healthcare in Gaza is being deliberately impeded. I wanted to use this example. There are many examples of this one, right? But I wanted to use this example to kind of illustrate this point. So this is an article taken from the Physicians for Human Rights and the Global Human Rights Clinic at the University of Chicago Law School. This was published in July of this year, and it's an article that talks about the excess of healthcare supplies, something that we call dual-use items and restrictions. So essentially what the article is talking about is how Israel is restricting the importation of medical supplies by classifying them as dual use, which means they're used as, what they're saying is that it can be used as medicine, but it can also be used as weapons of war. And so a lot of medical equipments are falling under this category and are unable to be imported into Gaza. The claim from Israel is that Hamas is diverting humanitarian aid from reaching Palestinians living in Gaza by using these medical supplies as weapons of war. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the dual-use equipment. This is the latest one that was published in November 2024. And so there are various things that are here, right, which when you look at it, you're a bit confused why they're on a list. Things like a portable sink. Why are we policing things like a portable sink? Why are we policing things like a waste container? Why is there even a need to police things like X-ray machines, ultrasound machines, things like detergents, right, which are very fundamental things to accessing good healthcare, right? And you can also see the terminologies used in some of this right, where they say approved for use in field hospitals, but not approved for hospitals controlled by the Hamas terror organization, which is a very vague and ambivalent way of phrasing things, right, and gives a lot of room for interpretation, even if you're being very generous and kind about it, right? So it's a very unfortunate thing, right? And this is a very, very good example of how things like how legislation is being used to deny access to healthcare in Gaza. Numerous Western medical institutions frequently cite a lack of reliable data as a rationale for the reticence, despite the United Nations agencies publishing verified casualty lists. This phenomenon is known as epistemic distancing. So it's characterized by a refusal to trust Palestinian sources and health authorities. And this embodies a subtle yet profound form of systemic and institutional racism. Epistemic distancing means creating space between oneself and another group's knowledge by questioning its credibility, its validity, and objectivity, especially when the doubt is because is being systematically applied to a marginalized group. In Gaza, the context is that it's not a scientific debate anymore about those who are suffering or those who are dying. It is when the Western institutions are now questioning whether there's independent verification of Palestinian lived experiences and data merely because they are Palestinian. And that is a very unfortunate thing, right? This is not neutral. This is an epistemic injustice, and it's a racialized hierarchy of credibility. Dismissing Gaza's Ministry of Health reports, the Gaza Ministry of Health has released casualty figures after every airstrike, and Western governments and media often preface them with disclaimers like unverified claims by Hamas-run authorities, questioning the credibility of these sorts of reports. Yet in every previous conflict documented by the UN and the WHO, audits confirm that that the figures that are being talked about by these sorts of reports are accurate and do not underestimate the casualties that are happening, one. But there is a persistent narrative that to disqualify or to discount Palestinian data when talking about the victims or the kind of healthcare inequalities that are happening in Gaza. So we're just going to bring it back to Singapore and talk a bit more about Singapore's complicity in this one, right? So Singapore may not be an imperial power, yet it actively engages in global systems shaped by imperial politics, encompassing trade, security, and diplomacy. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has consistently advocated for humanitarian aid and a ceasefire, even dispatching aid shipments to Gaza via Egypt. However, Singapore's healthcare institutions and professional organizations have remained largely silent, and that's me speaking from personal experience as well. There have been no public condemnation from prominent medical associations, hospitals, or universities, nor any open letters from any of the healthcare community demanding protection for Palestinian healthcare workers. The significance of this silence cannot be overstated. Singapore prides itself on being a leader in medical ethics and humanitarian advocacy. Yet in the face of a genocide-level health crisis, the institutional response is to remain apolitical, to remain neutral, rather than to advocate. This phenomenon reflects a broader pattern observed across much of the global north and its allied state. Healthcare is typically framed as charity rather than solidarity, where aid is provided without accountability. Healthcare professionals often justify silence by invoking this principle of neutrality, that we treat everyone equally. However, this notion of neutrality can easily devolve into a moral alibi. The international community of the Red Cross defines neutrality as a practice of refraining from taking sides in order to maintain access to victims. Yet neutrality is not devoid of value. It necessitates the ability to distinguish between perpetrator and victim, as well as between aggression and defense. When one party is destroying hospitals while the other strives to save lives, this neutrality fails to acknowledge the violence that is becoming complicit. The philosopher Judith Lichtenberg articulates this perspective succinctly. Neutrality in the face of injustice is not impartiality. It is a form of participation. It is imperative for healthcare organizations and institutions to recognize that silence may preserve their comfort, but ultimately undermines our integrity. There we go. Yeah. So, what are the positive examples across the world that maybe Singapore could try to emulate? So, not all institutions remain complicit in the face of adversity. Across the globe, healthcare professionals have bravely spoken out, at a lot of times at risk to their own personal and professional standings. In the United Kingdom, United States, and Canada, coalitions such as Doctors for Palestine have emerged, issuing statements, conducting educational sessions, and advocating for ceasefire and accountability. In the UK alone, over 1,000 healthcare workers have signed their own open letters urging their professional organizations to condemn the targeting of healthcare medical facilities. In South Africa, the Health Professionals Council has publicly asserted that medical neutrality cannot equate to silence in the presence of apartheid and genocide. even in Singapore, small groups of healthcare workers have discreetly mobilized efforts for donations, discussions, usually without the help of their public institutions. These actions serve as a reminder that healthcare ethics, beneficence, justice, and non-maleficence demand that we speak truth to power rather than to retreat behind bureaucratic neutrality. How can we envision an accountability framework? So, adoption of a human rights frameworks by the health organizations, health institutions, including professional associations, hospitals, and universities must commit to evaluating the human rights implications of their collaborations, research initiatives, and partnerships. Commitment to transparency and advocacy. It is essential to publish data related to aid, identify obstacles within supply chains, and hold accountable these responsible organizations. Support for the protection of healthcare workers. We must advocate for international investigations into the detention, torture, or murder of medical personnel. Singapore's medical institutions can take a much more proactive role by issuing solidarity statements or providing training opportunities for displaced healthcare professionals from Gaza. And the re-education of medical ethics in the context of oppression. Medical curricula should evolve to kind of reflect the historical complicity of healthcare institutions in oppressive regimes. Redefining neutrality is a justice-oriented concept, and neutrality should prioritize patient access and not serve as a shield for oppressors to avoid accountability. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Xiang Lin.
Thank you, Jeremiah. So I will now expand more on what Jeremiah was talking about and speak to the power of workers, particularly in this case, healthcare workers and their power, as well as how they have been exerting it and their influence around the world. Yeah, so I think you guys might know this organization quite well. Medicines Sans Frontiers. It's one of the examples of an NGO, in this case, being very clear in their documentation of genocide quite early on, as well as now, even with the ceasefire, being very clear in their reports, right, that the ceasefire has addressed nothing with regards to the healthcare crisis, as well as the crisis of human rights in Gaza. Another organization that some of you might know is called Doctors Against Genocide. So what they have done is that they have really went to look at some of the definitions, one of which is looking at a medical definition of genocide. So what it says is that doctors should recognize genocide as a societal disease and a severe public health threat, right? Looking at it from a medical as well as a public health perspective, it causes widespread physical and psychological harm. I mean, quite sure that any of us who have been following what has been happening on social media would know this quite well, right? But what it's asking for, really, is asking for an accountability, because the legal definition of, next slide please. The legal definition of genocide itself really just looks at the physical destruction of a particular group of people, but it does not focus on any of the obligation of the states, right? It just looks at preventing and punishing those who perpetuate it in the aftermath of the destruction, but does not look at reparations and does not look at any obligations into the rebuilding after the damage has been done, right? But instead, when we look at it as like a medical definition, we are committing to a prevention of it from happening in its early stages, and at the same time, also in the rebuilding. Yeah. So this is another organization known as Healthcare Workers for Palestine, where many healthcare workers all over the UK have been signing and actually have gone an open letter and a petition that submits to their Prime Minister. Yeah. So another example is organizations, healthcare organizations or informal organizations, just like what Jeremiah was mentioning, outside of like public healthcare institutions, healthcare workers organizing themselves to stand up for what they think is ethically right. And also to add on, looking at things like international journals, also speaking up and talking about the different aspects of genocide, both in the medical sense, in the public health sense, and also ethically. And as a medical association, the British Medical Association themselves have very clear institutional demands of their government, asking for immediate ceasefire, respecting of the international humanitarian law, release of hostages, looking at the resumption of supplies and resources. Essentially, what this shows us that it is possible for medical associations, for healthcare workers, and for workers in general to have their own demands, right, of public healthcare institutions and of their governments. Next, please. Yep. So this is also one example of how the BMA has actually pressured the government to cut ties with Israel, and also pressured their own association as well as healthcare institutions to do so. And this is an example of the letter that they have written. These are some of the smaller informal organizations that have come up where healthcare workers have chosen to take actions, whether it be hunger strike, protest, or things like they are choosing to withdraw their labor. Because if we really look at it and we examine it, healthcare in itself is an essential part of any society. Without healthcare, without the kind of labor healthcare workers are providing, society will come to a standstill, right? And healthcare workers all over the world are starting to see that for themselves and therefore exerting this power and this influence. So back in Singapore, how can we draw the links back to us in Singapore? And why is it that so many associations, institutions, healthcare workers in Singapore have yet to take wider action? So for us, one of the main reasons is how healthcare and health has really been seen as a commodity in Singapore that can be bought and sold. So when we look at healthcare, right, we think about things like, MediShield Life now actually, MediSave, as well as MediFund, right? These are all actually sort of ways in which the government make us believe that we have universal health care. But that is far from the truth, right? Most of it is funded by our own money. MediSave is all our own money. MediShield in itself is a public sort of like governmental-wide insurance, which in itself is a good thing, right? However, the increasing deductibles, increasing co-pays, and the decreasing number of conditions in which people can claim under MediShield. Like, do you guys know giving birth or C-sections, you can't claim it under MediShield because it's actually not covered. So you have to pay it by yourself, So things like that really add up and add to the whole idea that it's a service that can be bought and sold. On top of that, we have things in public healthcare institutions like class-based healthcare. So you look at a C-class ward, right, that has like 8 beds and no air conditioning, and you can't choose your doctors, you can't have an opinion about it, right? And then one is like, and another one next to it, a class A sort of healthcare ward where you have your own private amenities, TV, and as well as you being able to choose your own consultants, the people who treat you, the kind of privilege that others who don't have money and who cannot pay do not. Right. This all really builds up to this idea that there are people who deserve it, deserve better healthcare, and people who don't, right? And on the other aspect, right, in terms of healthcare workers themselves, we have been, in the last few decades, very depoliticized. Doctors themselves have no union representation and are discouraged from doing so via their contracts. So, and junior doctors are also discouraged in various ways from speaking out about their own working conditions. So much so that when you look at, this Rise Media video, I'm sure a lot of you might have seen it, about how many doctors are burnt out. This doctor doesn't even dare to show their face, right? And then how about other healthcare workers? We are represented by the HSEU, which is part of, once again, the tripartite system that includes the government and the employers, that often you might find that it's not very helpful for negotiating our working conditions. Right. So what has this created? Because of this commodification of something that should be a basic right and something that should be universal, right? We have changed it into something that can be bought and sold. It is used then just as a justification as to why some people deserve healthcare and some don't, right? This fragments us along very artificial lines, right? When we're looking at patients versus healthcare workers, talking a bit about migrant workers, who have to seek healthcare from organizations like HealthServe because, they have a lot of issues to access to healthcare otherwise. Or you're talking about people who use drugs, right? Who end up in DRC and might not get proper medical care, So when at the basis of all of it, we deserve healthcare and health. But it wasn't always like this, right? When we look at our history, and our history is not very long actually, look about it like 50, 60 years ago, our history also looked like this, unions, in fact, medical worker unions that were able to, have demands about their working condition, that were able to organize, unionize, vote on things. And it was also things like, for example, leaders like Dr. Lim Hock Siew over here, who was released from political detention after 20 years. One of Singapore's second longest serving political prisoners, right? He was elected chairman of the University of Singapore Students' Union and was the founder of the University Socialist Club, was also known as the People's Doctor. Right next to him, many of you might know her, Dr. Ang Swee Chai as well, right? Whom we all know quite well now, who was also detained under the ISD and followed her husband Francis Khoo, the human rights lawyer and organizer, into exile. Can just go back. Yeah, and this is one example of what healthcare also looked like in Singapore in the past. It was a mobile clinic. It's a healthcare dispensary that was free. Many of you might not know because it's not well written into our history, but before 1960s, healthcare or outpatient dispensaries were free in Singapore, right? And then after 1960s, the government started to impose 50 cents, and now it's been growing. The cost of healthcare has constantly been shifted from the government's responsibility into the people's and individual responsibility. Yeah. Another leader was also the founding member over here, Dr. Po Su Kai of the University Socialist Club, and was known as one of the 8 members of the Fajar editorial board who was charged for sedition by the British, right, for his anti-colonial column. Right. So this is what he has to say about the genocide in Gaza. And I'll read it out. The partition of Palestine is a failed project of the Western colonial powers. Its horrendous consequences on the daily lives of ordinary Palestinian children, the old and vulnerable women and men, is now laid bare on the conscience of the people of the world. Singapore too has been partitioned from peninsular Malaysia by the British, bent on protecting their economic and geopolitical interest in the aftermath of the Second World War. Our struggle, therefore, to realize a people-centered post-colonial society was met with brutal oppression, culminating in Operation Coastal. We who took the non-violent parliamentary road to independence were suppressed with arbitrary arrest and imprisonment without trial under the ISA by the British and their lackeys. Yeah. So this is actually my last slide, but it is also a blank slide. I think I pondered over this question for quite long. So what is the vision, right, that we can have for our communities? What can health look like beyond all these structures? And I wondered if it is one that recognizes the basic dignity of free healthcare, and health, right? Not just as a service to treat you when you are sick, but also to examine all the factors that contribute to well-being and the health of our communities. So, like, how many of you had even had enough rest recently, right? And what about those without food security, nutrition, roof over their heads? What is clear to me at the end is that we cannot rely on the current systems for care, because these systems rely on our separation and othering of another to exist. These are the same systems that stand by as genocides around the world continue to happen. Systems like imperialism. Our financial industry continues to run heavily on things like oil and mining. We might not see it, but we are a part of the supply chain that allows for the exploitation of this region. Things like the military-industrial complex. Our spending and investment this year is projected to be 23 billion on this year. Let's not forget all the air shows with Israeli war machines on display. You know, things like the prison industrial complex, you know, the MHA, SPF, ISD, CNB, SPS, projected to use 9 billion this year. And these systems in total, right, are using over $30 billion of funds this year, while our healthcare system is getting around 20. It is clear to me that we must resist these systems, and in resisting, then we have to build our own systems of care and community. What that looks like, however, is the reason why this slide is empty. Because I have tried and pondered about it, right? And the conclusion is that there is no one person with the answer. It is and will be our collective knowledge and experiments that inform what care and health for our communities will look like. No minister, no researcher, no bureaucrat will have the answer. It will not be easy, and it will be long and arduous, right? But we have to choose to believe in the possibility of an alternative future where we commit to the care and the empowerment of each other above all else. Palestinians, against all odds, have shown us what care for each other can look like. Now we hope that you will join us in this movement and imagine. Thank you. I was wondering if anyone had any particular questions. At this point? Yep. If not, we can take it offline if people want to ask us face to face. Thank you all.
Okay, we are live. All right, hi everyone. I guess welcome back to the live stream for those on the live stream, and hi everyone in the audience. That's quite a lot of people actually. I'm Rocky from Transformative Justice Collective, and today I think we're going to share a little about some of the work we have been doing, trying to document the policing of pro-Palestine organizing and kind of like expression in Singapore. And before I kind of jump into it, I just wanted to say that I think there were quite a number of people who contributed to like working on this, both in the room and not in the room today. So I wouldn't name names, but I just want to acknowledge that it's really a collective effort. The report was meant to be done much earlier in the year, but I think it will be finished by the end of the year and kind of like it'll be tidied up and published. And today what I'm going to do is to really go through a more kind of descriptive kind of overview of what we have managed to capture in the report, captured through the interview work we've done as part of the report. And you know, when we started out trying to document, I think since October 7th, like we came quite quickly to the idea that we needed to document what's happening in the space, what kind of state repression has been ongoing, you know, around pro-Palestinian voices and organizing. And the reason for that is that we notice quite a significant uptick in the number of kind of like reprisals, direct reprisals that there are from the state. Of course, that corresponds to the amount of kind of political action people are taking, but both in terms of the scale and the nature of the reprisals that we're seeing, then we think that to an extent it is quite qualitatively different in a way. And while there's a lot of emphasis on like what happens directly, right, you know, like police investigations, actions, there's also less that's spoken about, less that's known about like indirect sanctions. So what happens in workplaces, what happens in homes, right, in families and in private spaces. And we wanted to spend some time mapping and trying to understand that in connection with like the state reprisal. So we kind of asked ourselves a few questions, which is like what's changed since October 7, you know, and really we also asked people actually what keeps them going as organizers, as people speaking up, despite the worst efforts of the government, right? So between June and October 2024, we interviewed about 20 individuals who either faced direct reprisal or kind of like private sanctions over speaking up for Palestine in different ways. And then we had an extended kind of focus group discussion with 7 people. Some were the original interviewees, some were people we newly recruited. And it was quite extensive. I think that focus group went on for about 4 hours that day, and people had a lot to say. But before we jump into, you know, what the interviewees said and kind of what people spoke about, I wanted to set a bit of context about like, you know, how do we begin to think about like the kind of repression of freedom of speech in Singapore's political context and history, you know, and kind of like where we should kind of begin to pick up that story in today's sense is to really to look back at the increasing rollback of civil liberties, you know, since the 2010s, right? I think if people looking back, you know, longer on Singapore's political history and kind of repression around speech and political issues, you would say like, hey, you know, like the 80s and 90s were the dark era, and then 2000s things slowly. You know, people started speaking up again, like with like new NGOs and people coming back into civil society spaces, you know, and people kind of, you know, left behind some of the I think also newer generation had not as much of the memories of the dark days of like detention without trial as well. So, but in the 2010s, what we saw was a plethora of kind of legislation being introduced to roll back civil liberties, right? So that looked at a few things. One was the Public Order Act in 2009, and then that new version of Public Order Act. There's also things like the Administration of Justice Act, which was basically introduced or reduced the threshold for contempt of court, right? So when you're criticizing court processes or like legal decisions and also prosecutors as well, or prosecutorial decisions. We see the introduction of POFMA it came into force in 2020. And then there was a whole news article a few months back celebrating 5 years of POFMA. We see, of course, the Foreign Interference Countermeasures Act in 2022, you know, and kind of the Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act last year. So I won't go into detail to each of them, except to say that, you know, what you see is an expansion of not just the use of kind of like criminal punishment, but also kind of administrative measures that you know, administrative powers of the state that are introduced through legislation. So it doesn't go through any kind of a typical judicial processes, like you don't go to court, you don't stand for trial. And, you know, while this is a recent trend, it does kind of hark back to the early days of like the Internal Security Act, right? And then, you know, when the Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act was first introduced in 1990, you know, in kind of like, I think in particularly in the response to like kind of like the uprise in kind of Catholic social activism at the time. And of course, you know, and with those legislation, you'll see kind of an intensifying state discourse around protecting Singaporeans from foreign interference, you know, and race and religion as something that, you know, imperils political stability in Singapore and the kind of social order that's built by the PAP. So that's really relevant to kind of what we are talking about today. And of course, to kind of like summarize these developments and think about what the implications are, especially for pro-Palestine organizing. You know, it's, you know, part of it, these laws and the kind of repression that you see, it's a way of performing kind of like a national vulnerability, right? You know, both as a means to persuade the public that, hey, we need tough laws, we need to shut down expression. And, you know, it's also a way of performing law and order, right? That Singapore's regime, like political regime, is still stable, right? And of course, to reinforce the PAP's role in the social and political order, right? That they are the indispensable managers of Singapore's race and you know, peace and harmony, whether that's talking about race and religion or whether it's talking about kind of like any kind of political dissent, including Palestine, right? And the framing of Palestine, especially as a race and religion issue, right, kind of allows them to exercise these extraordinary powers to harass, to suppress dissent, right? And it is kind of like self-legitimizing. The more they say it, the more they say, hey, like these are things we need to police, and then we, you know, as a state, we act on them. So these are the kind of shifts we see in the recent like 2 decades, and we actually don't need to look too far back to do a comparison, right? So on the left, I have here images from a 2014 Hong Lim Park rally. I think it's quite often spoken about, right? I think at that time, I think nearly 1,000 people attended this Hong Lim Park rally, organizing for you know, for Palestine, and you could see actually people holding like Palestinian flags or drawn Palestinian flags in the corner, and elsewhere. And then kind of drastically 9 years later, you see a fundamental shift in the position. We can no longer use our only protest space, you know, for speaking up about Palestine. Sorry? And now we can display the flag, right? And actually, if you note that, because I think as part of TJC and also part of Workers Make Possible, we spent some time organizing quite a few Hong Lim Park events. Actually, there's this incessant, you know, like harassment from MParks. Every time we organize an event, they'll say, are you having certain kinds of symbols? Are you going to talk about Palestine? And we get email after email after email asking us to clarify and state, you know, what we're doing. And we noticed that's quite a shift in attitude from the way Hong Lim Park used to be regulated, right? Because in theory, it's a permit system where you just click online on the MParks website, you book Speaker's Corner, it's approved automatically, and then you do whatever the heck you want in the park, minus some restrictions. But now, you know, they'll say, okay, we you know, yes, we have automatic approval, but we still need to vet through the contents of your event, what booths are going up. Can you send us material that you might be displaying at the event? And I'm like, what the heck? Like, that's certainly not how it used to be run, and that's certainly not how it should be run, right? Even within the confines of Hong Lim Park, right? And of course, you have the advisories that we saw in October and November 2023, right? And you notice the kind of themes that I was highlighting earlier that emerge back into these advisories, right? So you're not allowed to advocate political causes of other countries that, quote, have the potential to stir emotions or lead to public order incidents. You know, like the genocide is an emotive issue. Of course it is, right? And but why are you saying that that's not kind of like, why can't we speak to our emotions when it comes to that, right? So I think that's enough about the backdrop. So in terms of what we collated from our interviews and our focus groups, we kind of took the basic step, and it's quite a simple classification. We split it into 4 types of reprisals that we wanted to cover. So first, very obviously, is like direct reprisal from the state, right? So that can look like police. I put SPF, but I actually meant immigration authorities, and then also, of course, internal security department and the kind of machinery that goes on with that. And then there's kind of quasi-state reprisals. That means what happens in schools, in religious spaces, in the civil service, in government-linked companies, so companies that are private, but maybe they are owned or owned by Temasek or owned by the state, or have connections to the state because some of their board members are former politicians, right? So that's a whole category of kind of quasi-state institutions and what happens within them that we wanted to capture. And there's, of course, non-state. Non-state, so things like private workplaces, right? If you work from like a multinational company, of course that category of what you call as non-state is quite a permeable one, right? Because I think we also want to kind of acknowledge that, there are a lot of private companies that have ties with the government, right? Or because whether it's because of contracts and things like that, they want to stay in the government's good books, right? So then there is pressure on private workplaces because they have ties to the government. So when we say non-state, I think often what we mean is like kind of like the formal designation entity is private, but oftentimes they have other kinds of ties to the state. And of course, lastly, what happens like, informally or interpersonally. So if, like, within your family, in your own communities, like amongst friends. Right. So if you look at the first category of state reprisals, of course, we see a much more liberal use of the Public Order Act to kind of discourage action, right, and to harass and sanction people. So I think in 2024, oh my goodness, I'm losing track of time. Okay, 2024, I mean, like, a lot of students delivered letters to the Ministry of Home Affairs building, right? And if you look at the kind of framing and the response from the state, it was conduct of groups that delivered letters to MHA being looked at for possible offences, right? Which is a kind of interesting reversal, right? If you think like, hey, you committed an offence, then we need to sanction you, versus a state scrutinising an action for possible offences. That's a very reversal, meaning it's more like an attempt to find something to punish, right? Not so much that there's something that's obviously unlawful or illegal. And of course, like the kind of like, I think the SPF, the police kind of like statement that came out of it was quite telling also, right? As fellow I should put trigger warnings on this kind of things because I found it very triggering to read. As fellow Singaporeans, we should conduct ourselves responsibly and not think that we are above the laws and values to which the rest of society subscribes, right? The kind of rubbish that you see from them. So apart from sanctions that take place kind of towards like action in like processions, assemblies, and other kinds of actions, you also see a lot of increase in policing of online speech in ways that we've not really seen previously. So and that often took the form of people being caught down for police investigations, for putting up some posts online, right? And when we interviewed people who were investigated for putting up social media posts, then they often said that, hey, like your post is promoting hate speech, right? When you put up an anti-war post, and they're actually not told which posts or which posts of theirs are actually constituting hate speech or why it meets the definition of hate speech, right? Of course, in 2024 we had an event called Steadfast for Palestine. It was a private event, and of course there was investigations under Section 298A of the Penal Code, which is inciting enmity between race and religion for the chant from the river to the sea, right? And another participant interviewee also described to us like how they were interrogated in their own home for posting kind of pro-Palestine content on social media under the Terrorism Act, which is quite a serious accusation, right? And that carries far harsher punishments than something like public order or even something like contempt of court, for example. Right. Other interviewees we spoke to also were investigated for fundraising activities for Gaza. And this could have been under the kind of like Charities Act umbrella of like, hey, you're not doing proper fundraising that's sanctioned or approved by the state. But also it could have taken place under the Suppression of Terrorist Financing Act, right? So these are different ways in which the state has power to frame fundraising activities. And the interviewee said something quite interesting. Say, I felt the police had not even done any preliminary investigation, and they could have easily gleaned the information that they were asking in the interview online, right, from the fundraising page and the platform. So it kind of begs the question: what actually triggers an investigation like that, right? And sometimes we think that it's some kind of police report, but often in our experience in civil society, it's often police making reports for themselves to investigate things, right? And that's kind of a common feature of investigations being commenced, right? And of course, others describe kind of like visits to the family home without prior notice, right? So they think they would dare to deliver investigation letters, and often that makes everyone a bit jittery, especially for folks who have family members who might not be so understanding, and that's quite, I think. That's also a shift in its way, because previously they would always make a lot of attempts and efforts to call you before they deliver investigation letters, right? And of course, students who were allegedly involved in a shoe memorial at NUS had their houses raided by the police, right? And that's really not justified at all by any kind of investigative necessity. And in fact, the previous instances that we have seen for where there are house raids, actually there've only been two. Before this, there's only been two in the last 10 years or so, right? I think one was a PJ Tam for something election related, actually, and So Lang previously also for something election related, as far as I recall. So you see quite a lot more liberal use of like going to houses and raiding homes and seizing devices. In 2024, they amended the laws to make it easier. So previously, the threshold for doing it is higher, right? They need to show that you might likely not provide the evidence if you're asked to provide it. I think now they've lowered the threshold such that they can basically just show up and say, I need to search your house, and they don't need to show any kind of warrant. So there's also a shift in the position arising from the laws changing. And you think about actually what's the kind of like political calculation behind this, right? Because house raids and whatnot, it comes across as extremely punitive and extremely unnecessary. But I think one part of it's also the government believes in its ability to shut down or suppress any kind of media reporting around issues like that, right? And quite clearly, the kind of independent media space has shrunk over the last few years. So maybe that's something that has emboldened them to take such actions as well. And of course, we see different other kinds of state reprisals by like semi-police like authorities. So like security officers harassed the kite flying event that took place at the Marina Barrage, right? It was interrupted first by PUB officials and then security officers and then police shot afterwards, and people were called down for investigations. And kind of like a very noticeable increase in surveillance in public spaces and at public events, plainclothes police and you can always notice them when they're busy taking photos, like nobody's business, like they're paying attention to what's being said. And of course it shows in different ways. Like so I think one interviewee said like, hey, like when they went to their police station for the second time, they walked out, they had their phone seized, and they were like, yeah, it's quite jarring. It intensifies the anxiety around like the police interview and what's going on, right? It feels like an escalation to me. And then I didn't just put this up for fun, like not really for fun, but I think another interviewee said, outside the interview room, the police officer said to me, no need to trouble yourself over this Palestine issue. No need to talk so much, right? And I think there's a kind of condescension there that I think that comes across, from how police treat people being investigated. So I think those are the kind of state reprisals that I wanted to go through. There were a lot more that took place, and interviewees shared a lot more, but obviously there's no space nor time to go through. The second category, which is kind of like quasi-state reprisals, is what happens in university spaces, religious institutions. And I wanted to highlight a couple of things that happened, right? So one is that interviewees shared about how universities were sanctioning students who were engaging in pro-Palestine kind of speech on campus, whether they're putting up posters or whatnot. And then after they put up posters, I think there was an email sent out to everyone. It's a little small over here, but basically it says reminder that posters need to be approved by NUS administration, etc., etc. And of course, there were all sorts of warnings given to students who like no umbrellas, at graduation ceremonies. Nothing with a watermelon symbol, no messages, etc., etc. And of course, the school has been threatening students with this internal disciplinary action. Right? They even and in the case where the houses were raided, the students' houses were raided, it was the university who called the police on the students, and I think we cannot let that go or forget that. One participant also also highlighted that someone had actually raised a complaint against them via internal whistleblowing form, and it nearly resulted in some kind of disciplinary sanction, if not for someone else who stepped in to resolve the issue. And of course, apart from universities, I think a couple of interviews described how in other institutions things were taking place. So one interviewee who had a 4-year-old child said that the child was pulled aside in a kindergarten and told not to speak about Palestine in school, right? So of course, a lot also goes on in religious spaces, and during our focus group discussion, especially, I think we had a lot of participants in the focus group who shared about what happens, especially in mosques and religious spaces. And like how, first of all, like mosques have not been supportive of kind of like non-state approved fundraising efforts or charitable efforts by individuals or groups. Of course, there's a lot of censorship over sermons that, the Friday prayers and sermons that take place in mosques that's actually well documented everywhere. And of course, participants shared, like how common it is to have, internal security department officers who are at mosques during prayers, surveilling spaces and what's happening. Right, and of course and we were told also that some mosques had been instructed by their higher ups and authorities to stop giving out watermelons during meals. So government intervention. It just sounds a bit. So government intervention in kind of the realm of religion and that deference from muis and kind of religious institutions to the state is actually very well documented in Singapore's context. So I think this is kind of like a continuation of that. So the third category is kind of like what happens, in private workplaces. And we had a few interviews who shared about how there were a range of different responses they had from their employers around speaking up about Palestine. And they weren't necessarily speaking about Palestine in the workplace itself. It was also about them when they spoke up outside of their workplace on social media, in other spaces outside the workplace. And the employers felt that it was necessary for them to try and like shut down their employees' like freedom of speech, right? So there was a whole range of kind of forms of harassment and sanction that we had documented. So first of all, like all forms of like verbal and written warnings that speaking about Palestine is like expressing a divisive view, right? And often such sanctions take place under the guise of like neutrality. So you say, hey, the workplace is a neutral, apolitical space where you shouldn't speak up around political issues. So that's what some interviewees highlighted. And another described how that they were investigated by the compliance team at their place of employment for having posted on social media things which are, quote, controversial, political, or racial, according to the guidelines, the workplace guidelines. Right. Of course, another interviewee received kind of negative references from their previous employer during their job search. And another highlighted how that they made very small displays of solidarity at their workplace, with like objects of like Palestine colors, and playing some music, and that ultimately led to a demotion and then ultimately a termination of their work contract. And of course, that person in question also had subsequently tried to find employment in the GLC, and then there's some issues, security concerns that were raised, as we understand. And kind of interviewees also described how they became kind of very cautious, and they were very mindful that they were on the radar, right? So and that it felt as if there was a spotlight placed on them in their workplace, in how their colleagues and managers in the workplace are treating them. Okay. So in terms of the last category that I wanted to cover, then we'll come to kind of some highlight some themes that emerge from the data we collected. I think in kind of like personal, in their own like lives and the kind of private lives, like some interviewees shared about how they felt shunned by some of their families, or kind of an increasing distance when there's kind of political disagreements around Palestine. And of course, one interviewee said, hey, actually, after they kind of were public about what they were being involved in the letter delivery, they said that, some friends' families got paranoid and kind of cracked down and said that you're not allowed to talk to them instead. And another described how after the police had turned up at the doorstep for investigation, her mother, out of fear, had gone through her things to hide all her cafes so she could not wear them out. Right. And I think I just wanted to share a quote from one of the interviewees, like, what informs my actions is my children. I don't want to go to jail because I have children. That's my boundary, but I want to care for all the children. It feels like a struggle between wanting to care for my own children versus wanting to care for all the children, right? And so this is kind of like the consequence of that kind of wider environment of state reprisal and the impact on how people fear the impact it has on their family and other family members. So those are kind of like some of the things, descriptively, some of the data that we collected. So what do we get out of it, right? What do we actually notice more broadly from that, right? So first of all, of course, we were saying earlier, there's kind of like a shifting of goalposts in terms of what gets policed, right? Like I think what gets policed, and I think one way to describe it is that, what gets policed is what's not state approved, right? So it's kind of an issue of state approval for certain activities. And of course, we've seen how certain film festivals and whatnot gets approval, and what gets sanctioned is things that are not approved, right? So that's the kind of like defining boundary, as opposed to what's legal versus illegal. And that boundary of what's legal is always shifting because the laws and the processes are written and worded so broadly and vaguely that actually anything can be construed as illegal, and it's just a question of like an exercise of the state's like I think that kind of like the arbitrary exercise of discretion as to what they want to crack down on. And some of our interviewees did comment on that. They said that, hey, I observed that family-centric or arts events in Singapore are not illegal or deemed inappropriate. But if it's something is obviously political, even if it's not illegal, it becomes illegal, right? So that's what they highlighted. And then another, I think in relation to what we're saying about Stay Fast for Palestine, they said, I think we felt very blindsided by the police and government response to the chant, right, and to the line from the river to the sea, because it is ultimately a call for peace, right, and for Palestinians and Jews to live harmlessly, right, on one divided land, right. And then lastly, another interview said, actually, how can people make risk assessments about what to do and what not to do when we don't even know the risk, right? And I think that's more a comment on not so much ignorance, but more a comment on how the boundaries are always shifting, right? And of course, how things get policed has also changed, right? As I was highlighting earlier, in terms of like the market increase in the amount of police investigations. I think we would not have imagined. I think just going back a couple of years, we would not have imagined that like a procession of 70 people would have almost everyone in that procession being called down to police investigation, because it just seemed like such an extensive effort to do that, right? And I think in past instances there weren't even investigations for letter deliveries, right? And of course, the raiding of like the houses of students is an extraordinary form of intimidation and harassment, and of course the willingness to press charges. Despite people not having any kind of like previous priors, even like in the forms of like police warnings or conditional warnings or things like that. I think if you go back 2 or 3 years, I think activists often operated with the assumption that actually, the first time you do something that's quote illegal or unlawful, you kind of expect to get a warning if you get anything at all. And actually the most common practice is to really just leave investigations open and ongoing. And there are actually no limitations in Singapore as to how long police investigations can continue on for. So and I think more importantly, what we kind of want to highlight is kind of that long arm of the state beyond the very direct kind of police reprisal, which is that how government narratives around speaking up for Palestine is divisive, controversial. The things you see in the police advisories, the kind of narratives that are in Parliament, how that kind of spills over and filters down into private institutions and also kind of like personal lives of people, and how that fear of reprisal carries over, especially when the policing is so visible and made more visible by the whole spectacle of like charging people, putting them on trial, right? And and it's important to recognize that the kind of punitive measures that take place in the kind of quasi-state institutions and the private workplaces are really extensions of state punishment, right? First of all, that involves picking up a kind of punitive approach to policing employees, right? And these are learned habits of institutions that are modeling themselves after, and taking the lead from the government, right? And how they punish people for speaking up, right? I guess what I also wanted to highlight from the data was I think a lot of interviewees shared about their own responses to the kind of repression and the kind of fears that emerge around it. So, one interviewee told us, "I've never gotten into trouble my whole life. I tried to be a good girl, but then suddenly I'm not a good girl anymore. Suddenly I have to go to the police station several times a year." And definitely there's been this shift, this increase in fear, where you think that things that are actually legal are not anymore, right? Whether it's going to your Meet the People session, trying to kind of like account for or meet your, the politicians and hold them accountable, things which would be normal otherwise in any other democracy. And then another interview said, "Currently I feel the police are still surveilling me, so I do not post as much on Palestine on my public Instagram." And another said, "Actually, I have non-Singaporean friends who did not attend Steadfast for Palestine, which was an indoor private event, which is completely okay for non-Singaporeans to attend, as it felt too risky given their status." So there's also a kind of a fear of association in the broader sense. But at the same time, despite the kind of like surveillance, censorship, repression that we saw, I think what I want to highlight and kind of end off on is like, the amount of how people were actually emboldened by all these acts of repression. And there were so many quotes about this that I couldn't even fit it into the slides, right? There's some said like, when my senior threatened me at work, it actually made me more empowered, right? I feel even more determined to keep doing things and to keep pushing boundaries, right? And the kind of recognition that because the kind of responses by the state are escalating, we are actually having an impact, right, in terms of our organizing work. And being investigated made me realize that I would be a lot less scared than expected to be, and that things are a lot less serious or intense than I thought they would be. So people also responded saying like, hey, actually after, there's a kind of normalization, in a sense of like being investigated by the police, right? And that often, going back a few years, that was really the main form of harassment that people were, often were very wary of, right? And of course how kind of like organizing around Palestine, speaking out of Palestine builds a sense of community. And a lot of our interviews highlighted that, like I really want to be part of a community that does more to push for change. And, and another interview said, I started posting, but no one in my circle really cared. Slowly, I started to meet other like-minded people. I started following Camera. I met Elijah. They were giving a speech. I felt heard, right? And that sense of community is really important and also contributes to kind of like a broader political awakening for people, right? And said, one person said, organizing for Palestine has strengthened my conviction, right? And that person's been an activist for quite a few years, right? They also said, I've been active in other movements, but Palestine has felt bigger, heavier, more important, right? And it's also exposed kind of the state for its kind of like its opacity, the closed nature of the political process, the kind of contradictions that you see in the way repression takes place, right? So one said like, Palestine made me realize that we are all fighting a bigger system. I hope for a future where we can address our leaders openly and not through so many hoops, right? Now, of course, lastly, I just want to end off this note that, I think a lot of interviews highlighted like what it meant to find kind of political agency and collective power in speaking out for Palestine, right? Which is, one said, building community in Singapore is so difficult because the state recognizes the power of a community, right? And they said, continue on to say that actually in online spaces, you feel like you need a lot of people to feel heard, but actually in a physical space coming together, even just a few people doing an action can feel very, very powerful. Another said, I can't change the world, but I can start by changing myself, my house, my family, and that's kind of like a very powerful recognition of where someone's agency is, in spite of all the horrible things that we see that are happening, the genocide, of all the forms of repression And really, at the end of the day, the kind of state repression is meant to discourage people from having that sense of agency or feeling that you can do anything to change the system that you live in. So I think that's the sum total of this presentation. I'm happy to take questions, I guess, from the live audience, online audience, but I think also just wanted to, invite people to share responses to it. More importantly, I think everyone has their own experiences in this room. So thank you. Yeah. Okay, I just go back to the first slide.
Given that our government is so heavily influenced by Israel, what do you think we can do now that to try and keep ourselves safe from state repression?
What we can do to keep ourselves safe from state repression, I think, was the question for the online audience. I think it's really about building collective power. I think people feel a lot safer in community, in collective action, than doing or taking things on individually. I think oftentimes, right, what the state wants to do is to isolate you and give you a sense that actually there aren't people who care about the same issue, share the same values, right? There's a bit of like that political gaslighting that's going on. So I think our ability to respond to that through collective power and collective action is the most important. Yeah. Don't just ask questions, okay? Like share thoughts. Yeah.
I think I just want to say thank you for this presentation because it's really important, because I am in certain academic spaces where there is this idea that's been floated around that what we're seeing is not an increase in repression, but rather a calibrated liberalization, which is exactly what he said. He used the specific words, calibrated liberalization. And I think what this presentation has helped me to reinforce, something I've already known, but find it very hard to articulate in those academic spaces, is that, number one, this calibrated liberalization doesn't exist in the lived reality. The lived reality facts basically say there is no calibrated liberalization. And number two, I think analytically also it's quite dishonest trying to describe this, the approval of certain selected, more state-aligned pro-Palestinian actions as examples of calibrated liberalization is quite analytically dishonest, because that's not what is happening. It's really, there is a huge upswell of activism in general, which has promoted the severe ramping up of actual legal tools to intensify repression. Not just legal tools, but like what you mentioned, the extensions of the administrative powers, administrative detriments and non-state costs. The mass experience is that that there is increased repression. They take cue, I suppose, from the state's increased repression, and this has been very helpful and useful to kind of respond to this very weird academic. I mean, understandably, the academic circle is quite delinked from the actual front of organizing in Singapore, which is why it's come like that. But it's important to reinforce against this false narrative, Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the sharing. How do we go about having these sorts of conversations if the people we know, like our extended family members or our friends, or they know that, or they are part of the systems that are part of government, like the police or the military?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that question, because basically my response to I think my how my parents see my activism was, I just don't talk to them, full stop. But I understand that that's not an option for everybody, so I'm really not the best person to answer that question. Yeah, I would like to invite other people to respond to. But I think what we have seen, I think generally from people, is I think a recognition of how it's often a very slow and painful process, of getting your parents especially and the elders to shift their views, and it's often often can only be done with a lot of community support and people to kind of bounce off like, hey, actually, how do I have this conversation? Like, what's an entry point into trying to talk to them about it, or when you just have to make a decision that it's really too much, and like it's, they won't get it in their text scows today and maybe try again 2 years later, like. So I think again, I think that's what I've seen in terms of what's been helpful to kind of shift things slowly over time. Yeah.
I think, sorry, just before the next question, there was a question asking if you could explain what calibrated liberation means also. Or liberalization, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's an academic nonsense term. This calibrated liberalization doesn't exist. I think when Rocky gave his presentation, there was a period of actual liberalization after, correct me if I'm wrong, after the 1990s dark ages kind of a thing. But then that quickly has gone away. I think that very first slide where Rocky listed down the specific legal interventions basically demonstrate there is no such thing as calibrated liberalization. They've introduced these measures, and with the Palestinian resurgence of activism around Palestine, these new legal tools have become activated. They have become used very regularly, and they are also administrative tools. So basically, this calibrated liberalization is nonsense. Used to, and it cites very poorly certain examples of how state-approved, already somewhat co-opted pro-Pal initiatives have been allowed to go. So it's very selective. They only select these few and kind of ignore the lived experiences of not just Palestine, not just Singaporeans engaged in organizing, but even everyday Singaporeans who are trying to speak out. That is not their lived experience. That's why it's an academic nonsense term.
Yeah, I think I would add to that. I think that I guess that term has its origin in kind of what Cherian George was saying in 2006, right? An article called Calibrated Coercion. I think that quite specifically talked about, what happens in the press industry, if I recall correctly, around how coercion takes place and how certain decisions are made, and and I think kind of on the surface of it, it's always kind of thought of as this extent to which they think about, they need to slowly, gradually liberalize or shift things or open spaces slowly and kind of sanction certain people and give space to others who are more who are more willing to act or speak within the boundaries, the boundaries of what's acceptable. I think as always, I think we should have a lot of caution around I think trying to kind of broadly describe what politicians are doing, or what we think their mind space is in terms of how they want to adjust things, tweak things, make things a bit better, make things a bit worse. I think the reality of it is often that it's more than just about the politicians on the top, right? They set the tone, but a lot of the kind of repression also comes from from civil servants, from the police officers themselves, whether they internalize these narratives, or whether it's your employers who also internalize these narratives, right? So then these are learned habits around punishment, and the fact that your politicians can think one thing one day and can think something else another day. What doesn't change is the reality that you have all this host of repressive tools that exists within the political realm, right? And that's in the form of laws, that's in terms of the amount of money spent on policing, that's the kind of disciplinary tools that institutions like universities have, that comes from the absence of strong resistance from groups like student unions, or kind of a broader kind of kind of a more nourished and more more well-resourced movement, right? And those are the realities that we have to change, right? As people who are organizing and people who are doing the work of fighting the systems of oppression, right? Rather than kind of lean or rely on or try and divine what the political masters are thinking. Yeah, I think that's just my broader response to that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay. Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it has been really informative, and I think that also reminds me of this very strange doctrine called pragmatic resistance, which is where you resist only insofar as the political masters permit us to. But I think that what this presentation also shows is that there really is like no such clear line between what counts as like pragmatic, heavy inverted commas, what's not, right? Like really depends on what really stands true to our ideals, because because mechanisms of repression can just intensify or come at you anytime that those with state power can choose to. I think that's my question then is about what happens after repression. Like, I'm just curious if there are things shared by the report participants about what kind of support, infrastructures or resources have helped them deal with and emerge stronger from the kinds of harms caused by state repression, and what kind of resources might help to empower them?
I think again, it's a very big question. I think like in terms of what the interviewee said, I cannot remember everything off the top of my head. I think again, I think the need for like, I think what also I guess in my own experience, I think the need for resourcing people, like I think knowledge about what's about to happen is very important. Like I think prepping people for going through investigations and things like that. And I think often, and I think a lot of, I think TJC's thinking is also that we've been wanting to develop resources for people to be able to know, okay, what do I do, in a circumstance where I'm facing repression or something's happening to me, right? So I think it's both a mixture of kind of like knowledge and then people there to, often we've been through the same things, to be there in solidarity, to cry together, to laugh together, to just sit down and scold and complain about the government and whatever's happening, and kind of like those spaces to vent and to kind of talk about shared experience and to make meaning out of it together. I think that's what I've seen. That's I think quite crucial, and of course like kind of like more also there being very material forms of support for people who for example who might lose their jobs, right, or people being kicked out of their houses. For after going through something like that. Yeah. No more questions, then we can call it a. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Hi guys, so today the three of us will be talking more about the Muslim doubts and also some questions that we receive, from some of the viewers for the past 3 weeks. Okay, so I'll be taking the first question, which is, I don't want to be judged as less knowledgeable. I don't think I should be involved. So this statement itself has so many layers to unpack. So the first thing that I want to say is that knowledge can be gained as you read a lot, as you follow certain Instagram account like Al Jazeera to see what's happening in Palestine. You can build up your knowledge as we go. I'm not expecting anyone to know whatever happened in Palestine like right at that moment. You know, all of this you have to build up to have a momentum, and from there you can understand why we are speaking about it, why we are doing strikes, why we are having like peaceful protests, vigils for the Palestinians. So this one, please do not rush. Like, I know it's 2 years late, but just know that now that you're waking up, you are understanding what's happening, and there's more things that you can do, because the activism in Singapore has set to a point that like you don't know what to do, right? But now you have people in the movement that can teach you what you can do. We can start slowly by donating, and from there we can go for like events that have been hosted, and there's more things you can find out about it. And you shouldn't be scared to be involved, because at the end of the day, right, when we all die, we have to face Allah, and it's alone, it's one-to-one, one-on-one, and it's not like you with your friends or family, So there are things that you have to understand is that Allah will ask you, like, why don't you help the people in Palestine, And I'm not making this into a religious thing, I'm just saying it in a broader way. And if you want to take it as a religiously stuff, that's on you. I'm just saying it as a reminder that when we die, we have to face our Creator, and they're gonna ask us a lot of questions. And how do you want to answer to those questions? You want to go to Allah and be like, oh, sorry, I was actually quite scared, when Allah is the one that is there for you, like every journey that you take, right, you're not alone. So you don't need to be scared in terms of like spiritually and also physically, because like you see our faces now, it's gonna be everywhere in few hours times, and you know that you can come to us and talk to us about this, and we can guide you, or like we can motivate you to do things that are within your capacity. And also, I'm not forcing anyone to do something super big. Just take your time, find your ground, set your own momentum, and from there build up, and then you will meet more people, and together we can change the view on this. So yeah, that's my answer to it. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. So the reason that we picked these certain questions was because it was a common thing that was always mentioned in the space that I was in. I wanted to address it for everyone out there that's watching. This lack of like, oh, everyone's there so woke and chim and smart and intelligent, and I am a potato and I cannot be part of that community. I understand nothing, right? It is true. It is very, very, very true. There is a fear of like not being enough and being out of place. There is a fear of not knowing enough and being shamed for it. There is that fear. And I believe that fear may have made certain people stop themselves from joining the movement. In Islam, we always mention about how darajat orang yang berilmu, right? The status of someone with a lot of knowledge is very important, but not just because it increases you it brings you closer to God. It actually brings you away from fear. Yeah, lack of knowledge is really just fear of the unknown, right? And I have to say this as well to me mostly, right? The more knowledge you gain, the more you should work on making that knowledge accessible to people, instead of using that knowledge to make yourself feel bigger. So anyone that's already in the movement, we also have a responsibility. How do we make the knowledge accessible? Either to publicize it or make it accessible, easier to understand, so that even the most common people can know that it's actually not that scary. Yeah, you don't have to worry about getting to the top of the tower, but you have to worry about putting 1 foot onto the next step. That is the plan. That is where we remove the fear of being, oh, I'm not knowledgeable enough to have an opinion on this matter. What about you, Omar? What do you think?
I mean, okay, just one word on this idea about not knowing things. You just need to know enough to do something. That's all you need to know. Like, it's not about how many books you've read. It's and for many people here and elsewhere outside Singapore, when it comes to confronting oppression, all they need to know is enough to confront the oppression. So it's not a question of reading a lot or being smart, but knowing enough to do something. I think. Yeah. So the next. Can you? Yeah.
Let me help you with that. Next question is our community.
Yeah, so the next question is, our community is already struggling, whether that's the Malay community or the Muslim community. Why take on another cause? And I think it is exactly because there are a lot of issues. That's why we have to take on another cause. The discourse within Singapore about or the Palestine issue is a Malay Muslim community issue or whatever. Number one is false. But the reason why we have to agitate for Palestine is because we face the same systems of oppression, the same systems which place which unduly exclude Malay families or Muslim families from certain spaces, from housing into rental neighborhoods and stuff like that, are intimately related to the same systems which oppress Palestinians. And more importantly, is, can I use Malay? Kalau kita jaga tepi kain kita, if we just take care of our own things and then not care about other things, then no one else will also jaga tepi kain kita. No one else will also be concerned about efforts. The way we overcome our own oppression is by connecting with other people who have oppression. Malays are not the only oppressed people in Singapore. We're not the only oppressed people in the world. It is by connecting with other oppressed people around the world. That's how we become stronger than the forces that oppress us. If you're going to follow the government's way of shaping both the Palestine issue and race in Singapore as, oh, it's a Malay issue, it's this issue, or it's a Muslim issue, then you're never going to be able to break out of the containers that the government has imposed on you. We as Muslims were not created as a separate race. We were created as one human race, and it is only when you connect that. I mean, the Quran and the Prophet ﷺ, he was a message sent to all of the world. He wasn't a message sent to Muslims alone. He wasn't a message sent to just Malays alone or Arabs alone or whatever it is. All of these ways that distract the fact that we are all one human race are government imposed, are arguments of power. If you are so concerned about the conditions which affect us, then all the more you must be engaged, not just with Palestine, but with the oppressed groups, whether it's migrant workers, people in rental homes, the poor, the Sudan. I mean, there are so many oppressed people around the world. When you realize that, take that not as a point of sadness, take that as we can win. There are so many of us, it is impossible that they will stop all of us. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to use that to leverage onto our final one about thoughts and prayers for Palestine. And this is also because there's a sentiment that if I am praying, and tahajjud is powerful, and if when you fast and you dua in your fast, it is powerful, right? That I do not deny at all. I would like to add on to what Umar said about once you realize the whole world, everything in this world is connected, whether you realize it or not, because in the end we all come from God. I want to remind us all again, yesterday during the vigil I mentioned that I felt really sad that a lot of the babies that are killed were named very beautiful names as a prayer to who they will be when they grow up, and a lot of them were named after the prophets, because the prophets were the best of the social justice warriors. And one core thing about the prophets and the Sahabas were that in the day they were soldiers, at night they were monks. So they did pray. They prayed more than any of us prayed. They were tahajjud from 2/3 of the night well into sunrise, right? Then when the sun rose, they went out there and they helped people. And then the Prophet himself, as he grew in age, when he wanted to pray, he would sit instead of stand because his body was worn out from helping people. So the thought of praying is enough and praying is all I can do is forgetting that we come from a legacy of people who did pray more than others and who did more than others and who spent their life trying to help the people around them and humanity because of the strong belief that Allah loves everything and everyone He's created. So you don't get to decide, I am more religious and spiritual. Okay, that one are the non-Muslims, I don't have to care. Okay, this one are the Muslims, I kind of have to care, but they are a bit further, like 10,000 km, a bit too far, so not as important for me to care. We created that divide. We created that, I would say, what do you call that thing now when you scan outside the counter? Oh, we have like a checkout counter if something is worth our time to care about. When everything is worth our time to care about, even at times of war, the Prophet was always very, very mindful of his friends. Do not hurt the plants, do not hurt the animal. at war, when people were out there trying to kill each other, he said, do not hurt any creations of God. So when we think of that and we think about the mercy we have to extend to the world, it makes you realize that anything that you put to stop you from spreading mercy to something, that is you putting that boundary. Yeah, this is also a reminder for myself. Yeah. Prophet Muhammad, as Umar mentioned, Prophet Muhammad SAW was sent as a mercy to the world. Yes, so I believe that when one more time, if I hear someone say, I'm already praying and that is enough, we did not come from a legacy that did just enough. We came from a legacy that did more than enough, beyond put your name, put your face out there. That is the legacy that we carry. And Umar, do you want to add something to that?
And I think maybe the meaning of a dua is that it is also, the dua is not just like, oh, I'm asking God. It is also, you are asking yourself, reminding yourself that this is something I care about. So when I make that dua at the end of the all the prayers, you know, that this is a dua that is recited in the mosque. Allahumma badil khawfahum amna wa huznahum faraha wa hammahum faraja. Oh Allah, replace their sadness with lightness, their injury with care. I mean, translate it. And their tightness with openness. It's not just like, oh, I'm sending like a letter to God, or you help me do for me, okay? It's also a promise to yourself that you are going to do what it takes to make that a reality. I mean, there's that hadith, right? Tawakkal ala Allah. When you place your trust in God, you also do the tying of the camel. You don't just do the praying. You must also do your own effort to make that a reality. I think we can.
Oh yes, the cowboy route. Yeah, what's final thoughts before we close? I do not have anything in my head right now.
Okay, I will end with the verse lah. There's this one verse which encapsulates why everyone, not just Muslims, but everyone should. And for Muslims, why taking action for Palestine or any other oppressed cause is within our religion. You know, this idea that, oh, these are Western. No, it's not. It's in our blood, it's in our identity, and most importantly, it's in our book. And it's verse 75 in Surah An-Nisa. And I will read the English translation. And what is the matter with you that you do not fight in the cause of Allah and for the oppressed among men, women, and children who say, our Lord, take us out of this city of oppressive people and appoint for us from yourself a protector and appoint for us from yourself a helper. I mean, I don't know anyone else who fits the bill of men, women, and children who say, our Lord, take us out of this city of oppressive people. And Allah is very, very determined in when He says this to us Muslims. What is the matter with you that you do not fight in the cause of Allah for oppressed people? I think there is no clearer injunction in our book that Muslims have to take concrete steps to support the cause of oppressed people. And when we see other non-Muslims take up this cause, that is a sign that we should be following. We shouldn't let ourselves be outraged by people who haven't even seen this verse. They don't have this injunction to them given by God, and they're already taking that step. What more us, who have a direct injunction from God? Yeah, thank you.
Oh yes, and as a closing statement, yeah, I want to highlight again that when I did this mini Q&A as well in the first week, I realized that there was a lot of repetitive sentiments in our community, right? And especially because the Malay Muslim community feels Palestine very deeply in our hearts. And I want to hopefully through this bring us to the next step of just, now we have these thoughts, find someone who can address these thoughts, or find a teacher who can teach you so that you have lesser fear of the unknown, to the next step. And hopefully after this we can after removal of the fear, we can finally find friends that can be in our community so we can move forward together. Yeah, thank you, Umar, for that beautiful verse. Yeah, a direct letter from Allah telling Muslims, what is wrong with you? Go and help people. You know, I think that's, yeah, I love Allah. He really does that a lot, where He just directs to you. And when you read it in your salat, 5 times a day, you know, and you pick the most precious parts of the Quran to read in your prayers, and you remember Allah saying that, it really burns a fire in your heart like nothing, like no other. Yeah, so thank you guys. So we're gonna close up this live for a bit before we go to our final checkout and closing, and I will see you guys again at what time? About 6 p.m. Okay, I will see you guys in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we are back with the Hunger Strikers for this weekend, as well as some other strikers from the past 2 weekends who are here joining us for the final broadcast. Over the past 3 weekends, we had teach-ins from diverse grassroots groups like SG Climate Rally, Students for Palestine, Transformative Justice Collective, Workers Made Possible, and more. We are also having and we also have had heart-rending visuals by Moms for Palestine, where for hours at stretch, where we collectively read out the names of a child martyrs aged from 0 to 5 years old. On the first weekend, we even had Dabeke class and sharing about the political power of sharing cultures and arts from oppressed communities. Our strikers have across these 3 weekends journal and read books and poetry about Palestine, embroidered Palestinian imagery, held reflection circles, and many more. All the while, our care team has taken such good care of us, and publicity team has put together incredible educational posts on the history of Palestine, history of hunger strike, our response to the so-called ceasefire, and more. This has been a very powerful experience for all of us that has deepened our convictions, our kinship, and our strength to move forward in this struggle together. So for now, we're gonna have our closing reflections. So I'll invite all the strikers from the past 3 weeks to share your reflections. Who wanna go first?
Hi everybody. I striked on the first weekend, and I've had a bit of time over the last 2 weekends to kind of process and reflect on my feelings about this one, right? So I think immediately after the hunger strike, I talked to some of my colleagues, and that was a very refreshing conversation actually, right? Because they were actually interested. They wanted to find out a bit more. They were curious why I was doing it and why I wasn't scared. I was very scared the first weekend actually, because we don't know what was going to happen. But it was just refreshing being able to have that conversation with my colleagues as well, right? And that made me very happy, very inspired, and galvanized as well, right? Over the past 2 weeks also, I've been doing a bit of research for the presentation I gave a bit earlier today, right? Which was a lot to do, right? It's just very difficult stories to read, very difficult videos to watch. And it was challenging. I didn't expect it to be so emotionally challenging to do that presentation, prepare for that presentation. But I'm glad I did it. Just before I came up here, my sister sent me a message to say that she's really thankful, and that made me feel really, really, really good. So I'm inspired. I feel like my cup is a bit more filled now. The community here is great, and so if anybody wants to do this, wants to learn a bit more, wants to advocate, come join us. There's a community here. You are seen, you are loved, and you will be supported.
I think one thing that I want to share is about how if you wonder how Palestinians managed to survive through it all, is these very small, invisible acts of love. A shared bread when you're starving and stuff like that. And you see those of us here, there's a lot of people behind the cameras, these invisible people who are also, following that example, doing small acts of love and care for everyone here. And I think that has been my greatest takeaway from the hunger strike. And that's how I understand how these small acts of love help to triumph over the immense violence and adversity and inhumanity that has been imposed on the Palestinian people. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nurul. So sorry, let me just squeeze a little. So, I think striking for the past 3 weekends, right? There's actually one overarching reflection that I had is that it is possible to unlearn. And it is possible to be cared by someone you just met. One very strong story was a very simple moment where I was going through a very rough headache. It was the start of the headache that made me realize, okay, today I won't be striking to take care of myself. I fell asleep and I felt someone tap me and said, hey, you haven't drank for 1 hour. And that touched me so much because someone was thinking of me while I thought this was a lonely battle where I was just going to sleep off the headache. I'll sleep off the headache. I'll just endure it. And I was reminded in that moment that I am so cared for even when I forget it. And then I came home and I wrote my reflections on the bus, and I found myself fighting because I actually wanted to continue striking today. And I realized that me burning out my body to strike for one more day is me giving in to my capitalistic needs to do it perfect or there won't be any worth, or do it perfect or I'm not helping Palestine as much as I can. But no, I reclaimed my body and my autonomy to do what I want with my body and my health and my capacity, and I came today and I'm much more refreshed. Yeah, and I think that was so powerful to me. I realized that it's harder to live for someone than to die for someone. I thought, oh, so noble, I can strike for one more day and 3 full weeks of striking. And no, it's not about that. I realized I deprogrammed myself through the teachings that the harder thing to do is to live and to try and to fight your needs to be perfect and to trust in your community to care for you. And that was really so powerful to me. The deprogramming I went through these past 3 weeks has been very powerful. Yeah, so thank you so much, guys, for the community in front of me and behind the camera as well.
I wrote a poem that I will read. I might stammer. Okay, wait. Let me get my things together. Okay. We learned Dabke in this morning's light, feet fumbling through steps we couldn't quite get right. Hands clasping each other in this ancient form, something like family beginning to be born. I start thinking, this is what they do. In camps and rubble, dancing through ash and grief, they build their own bubble. They insist on song even when told they do not belong. I began to understand resistance isn't all rage. Sometimes it's laughter written on the page of devastation, music's resilient sound where silence has been ordered to hold its ground. 2 days without food, a chosen fast, to make this body understand at last. It isn't separate from the contrast and their hunger and my plate, their siege and my well-stocked state. We sat in circles, read each name. Ages too young, just muttered as they came. All around us, living children ran, giggling and playing out some wild plan. Oblivious and holy in their game, I wept at life, insisting all the same. At the grace of joy that doesn't cease, how the dead would want this fragile peace. How we love and keep the living alive, even as we mourn those who didn't survive. My mind wanders. The bombs still tear the air. Tomorrow the siege will hold its brutal line. Tomorrow children will still wait for bread and time. We do not do this work to save the world tonight or wake tomorrow to find everything made right. We do this so the world might save us yet from comfort that asks nothing, from the threat of our own forgetting, from the dystopian act of scrolling past with your coffee and toast as if distance can protect us from what matters most. The hunger strike ends. We break our fast and eat. The children's names stay with us bittersweet. And tomorrow when I wake anew, not enough, never enough, but painted with a hopeful hue. Our world is poisoned with atrocities that need us not look far. We only ought to find change under the same stars. I am changed by wanting something more than the small, safe life that asks us to forget. I carry what I have learned, and I am different yet.
Stop, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, come here.
Yeah, I think like fellow strikers have shared so beautifully so far about community, about our conviction and the activities that we've been a part of throughout these 3 weeks of hunger strike, right? And I'm also reminded of how like there's this saying that like as like we are working towards and fighting for a free Palestine. Actually, Palestine is freeing us, and I think that going through this hunger strike is like in going through this hunger strike, we are freeing ourselves from what we imagine normalcy to be, right? We are freeing ourselves from like that routine of, you know, being at home, going to work, having our meals regularly and all that. But we're here gathered, like so many of us, to ground ourselves in the pain and suffering and grief of what's happening in Palestine, the devastation that's caused by the state of Israel that our government continues to fund and is complicit in, right? So I think that it has been extremely grounding. I think oftentimes we are so caught up in the work that we don't make time for grief, that we don't make time to be with one another. And I think in response to what people have been saying about like, oh, actually like hunger strike, what does it achieve, right? It's not like tomorrow the PAP will be like, okay, yeah, fine, we'll stop like funding genocide, you know? I think that like there's something so much like deeper as well in terms of how we ground ourselves in this practice, in the knowledge with the incredible teach-ins and like cultural lessons and like artistic practices that we engage in to keep these aspects of Palestine alive as we continue to fight for our government to stop being complicit in the genocide. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Elijah, for sharing. So I was just thinking about like all the questions during this afternoon broadcast about how do we be better advocates in our daily life. And I think there are many ways to navigate life more consciously. But I think one thing we need to do like collectively is to be comfortable with inconvenience. Or like, you know, choosing inconvenience because we don't want someone else who is likely to be exploited to pay the price. So earlier one of the points I brought up was about no longer using Grab as a like transport service, right? And that would mean choosing like better alternative options, which would also mean that the interface is not as user-friendly, longer waiting times, and even paying more for expensive prices. Yeah. I think besides that, like, I think another personal scale is that to travel more ethically. So even when we go JB, we need to recognize we sort of exploit their economy, right? Sure, we might be giving them business, but we're also culpable in like doing so for our own benefit. Like the people there might struggle to get their groceries, but then that's where we go to stretch our dollars lah. And I think that's a lot of like privilege in our lives, you know, as Singaporeans. Yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is that we want a free Palestine, but nobody is free until we're all free. Not just like other countries like Congo, Sudan, West Papua, but also within our own communities and our Southeast Asian neighbors. And I hope we can like extend compassion, grace, kindness to everybody the way we are advocates for like Palestine. I guess this is why it's important to be intersectional in our values, right? We need to look out for each other because we're all trying to survive and we only have each other. Personally, I would prefer to see buying groceries in JB as a recession indicator rather than Singaporeans trying to be cheap, right? Yeah, I mean, convenience culture and capitalism have a symbiotic relationship. So low-key being inconvenience is resistance to capitalism and whatever it causes. I mean, we are all here sacrificing our health to some extent, not actually starving. Also sacrificing social commitments, time, rest, despite most of us having to go back to work tomorrow. I think one last thing is that we have been so focused on ourselves, our feelings of hunger, personal reflections, and whatever collective action we can do or we must do. But we also need to remember that we're here striking to raise funds for an individual, Nadim. And our discomfort might wear off soon, but not for his. And it was his birthday yesterday. So please donate to alleviate the suffering of a Palestinian we know. And please don't forget about Gaza once this hunger strike ends.
Hi everyone. My name is Seva, and I took part in the first week of the strike, and I was on the care team for the second and the third week, and I also helped coordinate some of the teachings that have been so amazingly coordinated, that have been so amazingly delivered by.
And coordinated.
Yeah, yeah, and coordinated by our friends from all over civil society. And I think, yeah, it is amazing how everyone showed up in one way or another, and everyone put themselves here in this room because we all believe in something together. And I think just through those acts of passing people electrolytes or waking them up because they asked to be reminded of drinking water every hour, or checking in on people to make sure that they're alive and healthy, and holding each other's hands while we try to battle unsupported families, or try to navigate a hostile workplace, or battling complications and our grief for the Palestinian martyrs we're trying to show up for, and the kind of sicknesses, the exhaustion from trying to make a living in this exhausting place that we're already dealing with. There's so much attention and intimate acts of care that goes from every one of us into each other for an action that's caring for people across the world who's suffering. And I think and whose suffering we're complicit in. And I think we all chose to show up, right? None of us had to be here, strictly speaking, but we all chose to show up because we recognize the kind of common connection we have in our bodies through the very intimate, visceral experience of hunger. And we want to honor this connection, use it in a way that nourishes each other, and in turn tries to mend and make reparations for our complicity in the literal genocide that is going on. And to some extent, that's all that community is about, right? To recognize that our survival, that our flourishing lives depend on each other. The same way that we have a stake in making sure Nadim lives to his next birthday, and in making sure that Palestine will be free in our lifetimes. And the same way that the survival, the stubborn, unrelenting hope of Palestinians living through a genocide is inextricable and connected to our own freedom from the imperialist exploitations that the teachings have told us and our lived experiences have told us are also exhausting us each day. And I think this kind of common kinship that we're practicing through acts of care, through striking, through fundraising, through everything that we can imagine, that's something that everyone can do. And maybe this hunger strike for this month is going to end, but our kinship, our struggle for survival and our struggle for liberation does not end. And if you're watching this, or even if you're not watching this, you're connected to this common fight as well. And it just matters how you choose to use this connection, how we all choose to recognize and practice this connection for our common freedom. And yeah, that's our invitation to you. DM any of the Instagram accounts, join the movement, do whatever you can, do whatever you think you can, do whatever you've been afraid to do. Yeah, we can all do it together.
So I'll be sharing again something that our comrade wrote. She's also one of the strikers, but she's not on camera, so I'm reading on her behalf. As we draw closer to the end of the hunger strike, a video I watched the other day plays continuously through my mind, on a loop. A little boy had forgotten the word tufaha, as a man behind the camera gently encouraged him to remember. With a little help, and after stumbling over watermelon and guava, he remembered, and a red shiny apple was pressed into his hands. How long would he have had to go without fresh food, to not only have misplaced its taste, its texture, its fragrance, but also its very name? The food we eat gives us so much more than physical nourishment. It awakens the senses, reminds us of loved ones, teaches us about history and culture, and brings people together. When was the last time that little boy tasted an apple? When did he and his family last sit together for an uninterrupted meal, free from the noise of drones overhead or the fear that their meal might be violently intruded upon by the occupier? When the clock strikes 7 and we are gifted with dates, may I pause to smell its fragrance, feel it between my fingertips, savor its sweetness, and thank everyone in my heart who led to this moment. From the care team members passing the dates, to the cashier in the shop, to the person who delivered the dates, to the farmer who tended to the tree, to the elements that nourish the ground. Not eating for 2 days may not have changed much in the eyes of some, but it has shown me the strength of community, the energy of numerous groups coming together, and reminded me of the interconnectedness of so much of what we care about. May our demands be met. May we tend to one another. May we continue to shout for a free Palestine until Palestine is free.
We can do that.
So, we're done sharing.
Yeah, we're done sharing.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can share
okay,
the
share
banner.
the banner.
Maybe we can just
Yeah.
say a bit about the banner. So this is there's a banner that we have been working on collectively for the last 3 weekends. Some comrades painted it before the hunger strike started, and it's been really beautiful to see how it's gotten more and more beautiful over the last 3 weeks as more people have drawn and written and painted and contributed. So we'd like to share it now.
Maybe I'll go there.
Okay.
There's a lot of things I can say about this banner, but let me start with my favorite one, who is done by someone who is in the audience now. This whole left side of a woman holding so strongly to a tree, and that there are birds and there are flowers that will grow. It's a testament to, it's a way of honoring the Palestinian sumud, the concept of sumud, you know, that we will remain and we will hold on to every olive tree, we will hold on to every orange tree in Palestine, in the land of Palestine, until the birds and the flowers will grow again. Yeah. And then on the far side, so birds will return, and just beside the demands, you know, we demand, number 1, stop funding genocide, 2, stand on the right side of history, and 3, stop persecuting pro-Palestine solidarity. But ultimately the key beside all of that represents not just the end of genocide, but the complete liberation of Palestine on every part of its soil. And that is being done by the work of people who have been mercilessly targeted by violence, by genocidal violence, but still do not cease in their work of revealing not just the violence that is being inflicted upon them, but the small acts of love that we learn from that help carry them through this inhumanity. And ultimately another mother, another woman who is holding on upon the land of Palestine. The disproportionate violence, but also the disproportionate amount of strength that they have fought against that violence is ultimately encapsulated by the two women on each side that flank this banner, one holding onto a tree and the other one holding onto the entire land of Palestine. And for those who are familiar with the kafir symbol and wear it, know that you are an inheritor of a revolutionary symbol. It was born in revolution, born against resistance towards all sorts of inhuman colonial violence. And know that when you wear that kafir design, that you are honoring and carrying that revolutionary heritage. Free, free. Palestine. Free, free.
Palestine.
I would like to highlight this key. This key was the start of me realizing I had to do something for Palestine. Palestinians still hold on to the keys of their house, even though they know very well there's no more house. Wallahu alam, we don't even know if there's still the debris of the house. But they hold on to their keys. Why? It's because it's so important to hold on to the hope of something, even if logically the extent of my human brain cannot comprehend how that's going to mean. Yeah. So actually, logically, 2 years ago, in my brain, I was like, no, there's nothing I can do about this. It's a problem much bigger than myself, especially as someone who grew up knowing about Palestine. And then I saw an old lady with a key in her hand, and saying very nonchalantly, I'll be back soon. Yeah, when all of these ends, we're just gonna go back to our house, the same house that's still gonna be there, and we're just gonna restart as a family. All will be okay. But deep down, I know in my heart, for all I won't even know if she's still alive. I don't even know if her family is alive. I don't even know if the liberation of Palestine is gonna happen in my lifetime. But she held on to a key, and I think that was what made me realize I am going through the same. I am gonna have such a radical imagination that things will be okay no matter what, and I will hold on to this key and I will keep holding it on, even if logically, to the extent of my imagination, I cannot imagine what it will be like, if it's even possible at all. And that is why this key holds so dearly to my heart. Yes. Does anybody here resonate strongly with anything else you see on the banner? Any of my fellow? I hope this reaches. Okay. The artist wants to speak. No, they just shook their head. Okay, how about you, Eva? Since you're right next to me, anything that speaks to you strongly?
I think, well, first of all, the demands speak to me very strongly, as it should speak to every one of us. But I also think that the story of the key is powerful because it's my first time hearing it, and I've always known that the key was a symbol for Palestinian liberation. I didn't know that it came to. I didn't know that the story behind it is one of such insistence on hope, despite all odds. And I think that's so important because I remember yesterday, I think it was Koki, one of the strikers, mentioned that hope is a political practice. And I think that's true. We don't just hope for political change, or we don't just hope for liberation because it is easy or because it is imaginable. We hope for things because we love things so dearly and so strongly that the thought of losing it is not a possible option. And for that, we have to keep imagining new futures where everyone can live. And yeah, I remember in my week of the strike, someone was asking, how do we get to people who are being apathetic about a genocide? And I think the answer is that we all care deeply, deep down, and it's just that we're living in a place that is trying to deny us all imagination for political change. It's easier to just let that part of us that cares, that loves, be forgotten in a corner. But that's not true. We can show up. We can stay true to our hope because of the love that we so deeply feel, even if the state, even if the people who are working with the state, even if our families, our workplaces make it too costly for us to feel them, we can feel them, and together we can feel the love and we can act out of love together.
A story about about, you see, the corners of the fonts. I was there when the sides of the fonts was cleaned up. It's very interesting because we were given one of the weeks, I forgot which weekend, we were asked about how like such a tiny action can impact, especially for the first weekend where like we didn't have as much views, we didn't have as much people, we were just starting, right? And then I saw my friends trying to clean up the corner to make sure it's 90 degrees. You know, really, it was just brushed at first, but now there's like the fonts, right? Then I realized in the grand scale of a genocide, there's someone meticulously hunched over his back trying to fix the corners of the word Palestine. Then I asked myself, how dare I think there is any action that's too small to matter? Yeah, how dare I? Because this whole banner was made over a span of 3 weekends, okay, and it was placed on the floor, and we had cups and bowls of paint and tiny toothbrushes, and with like this one watermelon was, I remember Mel and Christina, my two beautiful strikers there, worked on this watermelon. It's the size of my hand, by the way, and they were just closely just doing that for such a while to do something that small. And then, as anyone knows, right, personally, when I first came and the banner was blank, people were too scared to paint on it. We were waiting for permission. I mentioned it in the second week, right? Singaporeans always need permission to do something, and when you do something, you want it to be perfect. But this banner was a collective effort of people who were too nervous but still wanted to try and contribute. And then you have this. Yes. If you ask me what did I help with, I was one of the people that did this lah, because I was so touched by the beautiful tiny efforts, and I wanted to fight my need of permission and perfectionism. So once again, it's a good and amazing reminder there is no action that's too small. Yeah, even the flag as well was also cleaned up, the sides, the corners, even like the tiny this kefiyas was from the first week. The second week. We were second week, yeah. And if you can see the kefiyah, right, I love it that it was drawn by placing an actual kefiyah on top, and we was shifting the kefiyah around to see how the pattern was going to work. So it was really like anyone can try and anyone could contribute, and then we got what we see here. We forgot to mention this is the flotilla gang. That is one of the boats, because I remember that week my heart was really shaken by hearing the news of like them being taken in, and not all of them are released. But I do remember how fast my heart was beating when I found out how big the wave was going. Yeah, so that's when I realized, okay, this is one of my favorites, but I didn't get to contribute to it. Yeah, and last but not least, I wanted to highlight again what Umar said about holding on to the tree. Because when I find out that the person, we're fundraising for Nadim, and Nadim's birthday was yesterday, right? And I remembered how I also had to hear a Palestinian say, I'll just make it for my next birthday, and then I'm good, right? Then I imagine this picture as well of the lady who probably in her heart had hoped that this tree could just live another day. Because one of the weeks we did have a reading of poetry we read Rafa'at's book that Koki brought, and one of the poems that he wrote was called Olive Tree. So olive tree is O apostrophe leaf tree. It's asking the tree to live. Yeah, just live, just one more day, live for another day. So when I heard it was Nadim's birthday, I just thought of that poem, like how we all are just trying to live, even if it's just another day. And it's not just them. They are hoping anything around them can live. My house, the trees, the grass, the animals, anything at all. So now we're about to wrap up. Yes. Okay. Well, now we're just gonna a camera pan of everyone. Okay. Yes. Dejan.
Free.
Palestine. Free.
Palestine. Free.
Palestine. Reset the banner. Or put it back. Come on, they're gonna break the fast. Yes. Where's the D6 now? For the D6
Shall we sit back down?
So yeah, hang out and like ask any questions.
Nusha, someone asked you, this hunger strike starts what time and ends what time? Okay, the question is, this hunger strike ends what time?
Ends what time and start what time? It started like for today. I mean, this weekend. It started on 7 p.m. on Friday, and then it ends like in 10 minutes. Yeah, and it's like that for every weekend.
So it's 48 hours.
Yeah, 48 hours. Any more questions? Because I think Nus wants to share something. Yeah.
I haven't really had this like thoughts like laid out like nicely, but one of the things yesterday I found out was that there was like a purple parade happening. So it's to raise like awareness on like folks with disabilities. Yeah, and I was just like thinking about it because my colleagues who are not exactly woke, they knew about this, but they didn't know about like, things that are happening in Palestine, which I think is a very like surreal feeling. But what I just wanted to bring up was that I think there's some sort of like cognitive dissonance with like the government promoting like or like enabling this like parade. And I think it's fair, I think we should definitely like be more inclusive to like disabled folks. But Gaza is like one of the largest populations with like child amputees. Are they also not disabled? Why can't we remember them? And the thing is, disability is also, it doesn't just mean like you're an amputee, it also means like being immunocompromised. People who just have mobility issues, there are just so many issues, so many health issues that people experience that may not be like overt, which like means that which just like disables them to live like normally. And I don't know, I just feel like I wish we could do more for like people of Palestine, Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe next year we can do a parade. Maybe the government will like green like that. Yeah. Yeah, and we get to see like a free Palestine within our lifetime. Yeah.
Thank you all for joining us in this journey for the past 3 weeks and for your solidarity with the people of Palestine. Our strike is a symbol of what it is possible for ordinary people to come together and what we can do, even in an authoritarian context like Singapore. Our pain, hopes, and values are not represented by our state. While this strike action is coming to an end, our struggle for free Palestine continues. Get involved with groups like BDS Singapore, Mums for Palestine Singapore, Students for Palestine, Transformative Justice Collective, Workers Make Possible, Singapore Climate Rally, and many more, to build a stronger anti-imperialist movement in Singapore. We are honored to be in this struggle with all of you. Palestine will be free one day, and so will we. We bring our strike to an end by reiterating our demands of the Singapore state. Number 1, stop funding genocide. We demand the end of all military, economic, and academic ties with Israel and institutions funding and supplying genocide, starting with an immediate arms embargo and economic sanctions. Number 2, stand on the right side of history. We demand political and diplomatic consequences for genocidal entities, including the isolation of Israel on the global stage. Specifically, we called for Singapore to join regional and global efforts to break the siege and abide by international law. Number 3, stop the persecution of pro-Palestine solidarity. We demand the state represent the people in Singapore and lift restrictions on civil liberties and expression. We further demand ending ties with Israeli spyware and surveillance technology, which is used to police our own communities.
Free, free.
Palestine.
Free, free.
Palestine.
Free, free.
Palestine.
Free, free, free. Oh,
Palestine.
okay, it's a thing. I don't know. Okay, will you bring the food, the thing to break fast with?
We are currently waiting to end our strike, and the care team is like very kindly serving us all our, like we are spoiled. Yeah. Yeah, it's if you want to know what's inside, there's bananas, some dates. Yeah, and what's in this? Electrolytes. Oh, juice. I'm conditioned to think that we're drinking juice. 2 persons share 1 bowl. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You guys have a bowl?
Yeah. What? I don't know what juice this is lah. Apple juice. It's apple juice. Yeah.
Anybody else needs a bowl?
Yeah. How are you feeling?
Oh, can someone bring to the others?
1 minute left.
We need to engage the crowd for the next one.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys.
At 7 p.m. we drink together.
Okay, so guys, please follow Student for Palestine if you are students. And if you are not students, please follow also, okay? Because they have bangers on bangers. Okay, and also follow Mom for Palestine SG, okay guys?